Hello, everyone. Welcome. Happy Thursday. We are here. Some of us have a short week, but we are nothing short of a spectacular event coming your way today. My name is Ryan Culp. I am the Senior Director of Content and Community here at Brand Innovators, and I'm absolutely thrilled to be kicking off today's live cast, which is Women in Marketing. Today is incredibly special, and we have a ton of amazing marketers coming up to speak with us live here today, from Marriott International to MGM Resorts International, McDonald's, Procter & Gamble, and more. Remember, we are live. So if you take a look at the bottom of your Zoom window, you're going to see a couple of little chat widgets, a chat widget and a Q&A widget. That Q&A widget is your go-to place to ask questions for the day. Again, we have all of our speakers here live with us. So we want to encourage you to ask your questions during the session. That chat widget too, that's at the bottom right down there. You can use that to connect with your other fellow attendees and listeners at home. And I want to give a big shout out to everyone who is at home. Maybe you're at a beach, maybe you're at a pool, maybe you're in your home office, maybe you're in your actual office, wherever you are. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us today. I would love to welcome to the stage our first group of speakers. We have Angela Gruska, who's the SVP of Digital Marketing and E-commerce with Arian. And our moderator is an established marketing leader with over 10 years of experience in the service as a software space. Julie is the VP of Marketing at Dash Hudson, where she is responsible for developing and overseeing the marketing team and leads the brand's global advertising, public relations, customer marketing, and event strategy. That's a ton. That's a lot. She specializes in marketing programming development and execution. And we're absolutely thrilled to have Julie moderate our session here with Angela today. Julie and Angela, how are you both doing?
Good. Thank you, Ryan.
Thank you.
I'm super pumped for this to be our first discussion of the day. So ladies, I would love to turn the virtual stage over to you both.
Sure. Thank you so much. Thanks so much for that lovely intro. And good morning, everyone. As Ryan mentioned, I'm Julie Meredith, VP of Marketing at Dash Hudson. And so for those of you who may not be familiar with Dash Hudson, we are a visual marketing software that helps brands to create and share photos and videos that people care about. So Dash Hudson really takes it to the next level by empowering brands to predict the performance of photos and videos, analyze trends, and accelerate brand growth across key visual marketing and e-commerce channels. We're proud to work with some of the world's top brands like Apple, Sephora, Urban Outfitters, and of course, Aaron, which is why I'm especially excited to be sitting down with you today, Angela. So thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you, Julie.
So I would love to kick off our session today with a fun question. So since this is a Women in Brand Marketing Summit, I'd love to know, who is your favorite female business leader to follow on social media?
So it's a difficult question. There's many amazing leaders on social, but I'd have to say Erin, if I can say Erin. I am constantly inspired by her every day. She takes so much inspiration from her grandmother, Estee Lauder, whether that be, the mentality of hard work and passion, or balancing work and family. She really instills everything from Estee into her business today. So she continues to be, a major source of inspiration for me, both, personally and professionally. I also feel she's very true to who she is in social media. She really presents an authentic view of herself. Many times in social, you see, influencers or others trying to convey an image that may not be, who they are authentically, but who they feel that their followers are looking for them to be. So I really, admire Erin for her authenticity and how that she carries that through social and through her brand.
Awesome. Yeah, I absolutely agree. Authentic connections with customers is truly the most critical piece of social marketing. So you have worked at some incredible brands, ABC Carpet and Home, Millie, and now Aaron, just to name a few. So I'd love to start off by hearing a bit about your career journey and how you got into marketing.
So it's very interesting. I actually started my career in PR. And, part of my attraction to PR was really, connecting with customers. And I think throughout my career, as I evolved from PR to marketing and then to digital, I really have aligned my career with sort of the evolution of consumer behavior. And I felt like, starting in PR, it was learning how to tell stories through media and communication with customers. And as the landscape has evolved, I feel like the lines have blurred from PR to marketing to social media, to e-commerce. And I've tried to position my career in that way and evolve my career to align with that consumer behavior. I learned so much in PR, and I think it's so interesting how PR has evolved into social media and has sort of cut out that middleman of, let's say, the media outlet. And now brands have a way to connect with consumers directly through social media and digital channels.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I love what you said about the evolution of PR marketing triggered by social media, the advent of social media. So we kind of chatted about this in our previous conversation. I also come from a PR background as well, and I can absolutely relate. So I got into marketing for social media software platforms about 11 or 12 years ago. And at the time, Twitter had just become this massive part of the customer experience and a tool for brands to engage with their customers and provide customer experience. And not long after that, it transitioned from being used mainly as this customer service tool to a marketing platform as well, which I loved, because the thing I was always really passionate about in PR was that commitment to two-way communication and dialogue, like you said. And in this way, social media was really blurring the lines between PR and marketing, and brands are moving away from solely focusing on those traditional one-way marketing channels like billboards, direct mail, and TV, and pulling in this consumer engagement aspect into marketing, which I absolutely love. So marketing is, of course, an ever-evolving and rapidly changing field. And as marketers, we're constantly faced with new obstacles and challenges. And I'm sure the marketers on the line would love to hear what you would consider to be your biggest challenge in your career so far.
Well, I think it comes naturally with digital. So digital is ever evolving. And I think my role, in my past experience has really been, facilitating and leading change. And that is not easy. I think just innovation in general, you're faced with a lot of obstacles. And it's something that I've learned a lot over the years of how to guide and lead organizations through this landscape, and to drive change, and to lead and inspire. And it's something that there really is an art to it. It's not something that is easily accomplished. And I think as leaders in this day and age, it's something that we all have to learn how to guide and lead within organizations. So I would say that has been, one of the greatest challenges that I've faced and I continue to face. And I think through the years, like I said, I've really learned how to navigate it.
Mm-hmm. So switching gears just a bit, I wanted to touch on something that I found exceptionally interesting in our previous conversation. So you have a unique experience of having worked for many brands that have been led by incredibly strong, smart female founders. So what characteristics do you look for in a leader that you'd want to work with?
I think it's really important to find a leader who is actively involved in the business, that can trust their employees, that is on board with growth. I think that's so important, especially in digital. Oftentimes you run into founders who say they're on board, but when they actually realize what it entails, they sort of dial back. So I think it's really important to find a leader that understands the importance of digital and how the ecospace is rapidly changing, and the willingness to invest and trust their employees that they are going to guide their business in the correct direction. I also think that working for a founder that is inspirational is also incredibly important. I feel like when you're working for somebody who you are continually inspired by every single day, makes you work harder. So that is definitely something that I look for in a founder or leader of an organization.
Absolutely. And as a marketing leader yourself, I'd love to hear as well, what characteristics do you look for when you're building a team?
Yes. I mean, given the fact that, I'm in digital right now, I really look for digital natives, somebody that is, very involved in the platform, both personally and professionally, and is willing to continue educate themselves, keep up to date on the latest changes. Again, we're working in a space that's rapidly evolving and changing, and there's new releases and updates every single day. So I'm really looking for someone who is really immersed in the culture of digital, as well as somebody who's, has the ability to wear many hats and is very agile, and willing to get their hands dirty. I think that's so important. So many times we could be working on a project and, my team may have to, chip in an area that may not be within their wheelhouse or, specific to their role. And I think that's just the nature of of digital in general. So really looking for someone that's, willing to step outside of the boundaries. And obviously looking for someone that has, a lot of drive and passion, because I feel like, that's what business is built on. It's really on, passion and drive. So, looking for someone like that.
I absolutely agree. And, when it comes to passion and drive, it's like you really see curiosity coming with that as well. And it's the curiosity to really understand the why behind the results, which I think is essential to optimizing and growing. Absolutely. So my next question, what has been your biggest win or achievement in your career that you're most proud of?
So I think from a professional perspective, it's been the ability to sort of guide my career in a direction from, PR to digital. Like I said before, I've always been passionate about innovation and in driving change within organizations. And I feel over the years, I've been able to sort of align with the way that landscape has been evolving. And I really am very grateful I've had that opportunity. And I'm very happy, with the direction that my career has taken me. On a more of a personal level, I am, very grateful for the ability to be a leader within, the industry as well as have a family. So I think that, the ability to balance both family as well as a professional career has been something that I'm incredibly proud of.
Absolutely. Those are certainly impressive accomplishments. So now looking at the developments in marketing and the future of marketing, there have been so many incredible changes and developments in the digital space, creating a lot of opportunity for creativity and also ROI. What channels, formats, or tactics are you most excited about for brand marketers to take advantage of as we finish off the year and head into 2022?
So I would say this goes a bit beyond 2021 and 2022, but I'm really excited about the AR, VR space, or I guess you could say XR. There's so many ways to describe it, but how brands are going to interact and engage with consumers in that space. Like you look at today, so Ray-Ban is launching a pair of glasses with Facebook. And obviously Facebook is a social media channel. So like, how are we going to engage with consumers when the digital and physical worlds collide? And that's something that I think is very interesting to me as a marketer. And I think that, marketers should start to educate themselves on it, even though that we're not there yet. But if you think about any sort of, evolution of media or technology, it's really aligned with, human behavior and consumer behavior. So as consumers start to adapt and engage in this way, as marketers, we need to figure out how we can then integrate ourselves into those environments.
For sure. And it's interesting too that it's during periods of immense economic change that you often see innovation efforts tend to rise at organizations. And how do you think Erin has innovated in terms of its digital brand strategy this year or over the last couple of years?
Sure. So I'm fairly new to the brand. So I've just joined about 4 months ago. And I think what was really interesting and eye-opening to the brand is over the past year during COVID, they really saw that digital had a huge potential for growth. The brand started out primarily brick and mortar through our wholesale channels. And we really saw over the past year the demand for e-commerce and digital. And I think what's so unique to the Erin brand is really that brand experience. And as I've joined the company, I've started to think about of ways to elevate the brand experience and the lifestyle of Erin into our digital platforms. Erin as a brand is, as a human and as a brand she's so inspiring, and our customers, they look to live like Erin, dress like Erin, entertain like Erin. And that's something that I'm working on very closely with my team, is like, how can we leverage technology to improve and elevate the user experience on Erin.com, as well as through our social and media channels. And I think that, as we look at how the landscape is changing and how digital is becoming such an important part of consumers' lives and their shopping behaviors, it's important for brands like us, who were primarily, brick and mortar or more traditional retailers, to figure out unique and creative ways to engage our customers and offer a more elevated experience, from a digital perspective.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And when it comes to data and insights, well, it's really at the heart of what we do at Dash Hudson as a platform, and how we make our own decisions internally as well, marketing decisions and business decisions. So I'd love to hear how you use data to make decisions about marketing and content strategy for Erin.
Sure. I mean, we are looking at data every single day and every single hour. We are very much immersed into behavioral data. So understanding, time on site, time on page, what our customers are clicking and engaging with, whether that be through our site or through social media, and leveraging Dash Hudson to see, what are our most engaged posts, what is our effectiveness rate. And I think that informs our strategies and our decisions as we are producing new content. I mean, at the end of the day, we want to be serving our customers content that's useful to them. So I think, really looking at those behavioral insights really, they provide us with a lot of data and information that we can leverage then to develop our strategies moving forward. We'll look at the conversion rate for specific pages or specific edits or features. A big part of our business is the curations and the edits that convey, Erin's point of view and are reflective of like her lifestyle, and to understand, these are areas of our business that we need to expand, invest more into. A lot of that is driven by the data that we obtain from our digital experience.
And you mentioned a couple different metrics there. So if you had to choose the most important metric to understand consumer engagement, or I guess just what is the most important marketing metric to you?
So I would say we would be split between time on site or session time and time on page. That's something that we've been looking at to understand how engaged our customers are with our brand and our site experience. So I think our business is a bit unique. We're more of a discovery-based brand. So we don't see customers coming to our site knowing exactly what they're looking to buy. They really are engaging within the shopping experience. So when we notice that our customers are spending more time on our site and they're viewing more pages, and then converting, and our conversion rate is going up, we know that we're doing the right thing.
Yeah, which I think is a much smarter long-term strategy when it comes to optimizing for the customer life cycle. instead of kind of like a one-time purchase. It's building those repeat customers and building those relationships with that experience.
Absolutely.
So a hot topic of 2021 has been social commerce. In the last year, so many new additions to social channels have been added to encourage social commerce. And brands are finding more and more creative ways to tie social to e-commerce activities. So what is your take on all that?
So I'm on the fence. I'm all for social commerce. However, I feel that, Facebook and Instagram are essentially finding ways to monetize their business, and they're not really thinking about the brand experience, and developing those relationships with brands. So while there is, I think, an aspect of offering sort of that frictionless, purchase experience through the channels, I do think it's important to drive the customer back to the site. It's one more click. And from there, the customer can learn and experience more of what that brand has to offer, which I think in turn, then, it will has the potential to increase customer retention. Whereas, when you leave the commerce experience to Facebook, or Instagram for that matter, I do feel like that, like the brand is lost. And I think that it's almost feeling a bit too commercial. Like we're very, very careful about how promotional we are with our social channels. So we don't tag every single product. We really leverage Like Shop as a way, which is a Dash Hudson product, to connect the product and the shopping experience to our social channels. But I think when you think about tagging every single product in your posts, or how Instagram has added like the Shop Now tab, it feels like it's turning, social media, it's going overboard. It's taking it to the next level more than it has to be. And you're sort of losing, the heart and soul of the brand experience.
Mm-hmm. So, and you mentioned a couple things about using Dash Hudson for ecom. Are there any other tactics that you use for Erin to implement social commerce and still keep that kind of brand experience alive?
Absolutely. So we just recently launched our Dash Hudson Spirit Galleries on our PDPs. So I think it's really important for customers to understand like how our products can fit into their lifestyles, and that can't always be conveyed through traditional product imagery. So the idea of being able to see how our products are integrated in either Erin's lives or our customers' lives through these galleries, I think are incredibly effective. We're already seeing lots of engagement, and we've just launched this about a week ago. I've also used these galleries as well with previous brands that I've worked for, and they've been incredibly effective in driving conversion. So excited to roll that out and expand it to more products on our site. But I think that's one of the valuable aspects of the Dash Hudson platform.
Thank you. Love to hear that. And for those on the line, I did not tell her to say that, but I love to hear it. So that was our last question for the fireside chat. So thank you so much for those really interesting and thoughtful answers. So at this point, we're going to open it up to the audience to ask Angela a few questions. So I see a couple here in the chat box. If anyone has a question, please enter it into the Q&A. So the first one, Angela, is how do you think brands can increase time on site?
So I think it's with more engaging content. So whether that be through video, more brand narratives, more product information, all of that, I think it's really about the integration of content and commerce. I think the more information that's useful to the customer, the better. I think oftentimes, again, I think that the brand experience gets lost, or there's not enough narratives that are told about the products and what makes a product special, and that can provide value to the end user. So it's really about the perfect balance of content and commerce.
Awesome. The next question is, what do you think about short form video, and are you incorporating it into your content strategy?
So that's something that we're talking about a lot now. We've utilized it for beauty and for fragrance, and it's proven effective. So I think more short form video integrating that opposed to still imagery, I think has a lot of opportunity, and it's something that we're talking about for spring 2021 or 2022.
Definitely. Yeah, it's so interesting how TikTok has kind of shaped the culture that way, where people are sort of expecting that now, and it's entertaining. Like, video is very entertaining. I actually love TikTok. I'm just getting into it now, and I'm addicted. So the next question is, have you faced any challenges in getting the best out of data? What has been your approach to this challenge, and how is your internal team working around this?
I think data is always a challenge. I think in this case, and some of my past experience, you have so much data coming from disparate sources, and the goal is to have like one source of truth. I have to say completely transparently, we're not there yet, and I know a lot of other organizations aren't. So I think right now we're leveraging our email marketing platform to whether that be create flows or try to improve customer retention. I think first party data is obviously coming more, it's more important than ever. And you have to come up with one source of truth. Like, quite honestly, if it's going to be your CRM, or if you have a CDP in place, I mean, that's obviously the end goal. But I think the organization needs to align and determine what that one source of truth is, and we have to leverage it to our advantage. So, like I said today, we are a bit limited, and we're not there yet. So what we're using is our CRM from our email marketing platform, and we found that to be incredibly effective in leveraging that data, whether that be audience data or behavioral data for audiences, for social media, or whether that be paid search. But that first party data is becoming more important than ever, especially with all of the cookie changes within social.
For sure. So the next question is a bit related to the data conversation. So in such a fragmented digital customer journey, how do you measure the impact of campaigns across touch points?
So right now, we do not have the technology in place. So we are looking at the multi-channel funnels within Google Analytics to understand how our customers are interacting with our brand across different channels. I think that's a very cost-effective, easy way to look at engagement, and not just developing strategies based off of last click, but understanding that your efforts and your investments, let's say in paid search, is influencing purchase decisions in social, or rather that email. I think now more than ever, it's really that multi-channel approach, and I think that's a really great way to start, and that's how we're looking at the data today.
Definitely. And the last question that we have here today is, how are you working to build trust with customers? That's a good question.
So I think it's really about the way that we communicate to our customers, and the value that we provide. So one thing that we're really working on is providing more information about what makes our product unique and special, and ensuring that that is carried through the quality of the product. So Erin really prides herself on quality and in beauty, and that's something that we do. I think from the production level all the way through to the digital level and through the customer experience. So when our customer service team is speaking with our customers and they're on the edge of making a purchase decision, we're providing that value of what makes this product unique, whether it be where it was produced, the materials it's made of. Like, everything we pride ourselves on is really quality, and I think that really builds trust in the eyes of our customers, and then in turn improves retention. So I think it's really about the communication and how we position it on site. And then we ensure that that's carried through the entire product life cycle.
Okay, there's another question here related to that. So someone's asking here about what is Erin's strategy when it comes to SEO blog content?
So that is actually a work in progress, to be quite honest with you. And I think there's it's low hanging fruit for the brand. So SEO has never been a big focus, but there is immense opportunity and potential there. So we are working at, from a technical perspective on, structure, as well as things such as H1 tags. But then as we speak about content, that's something that we're also in the process of developing a strategy around. So, again, enhancing our product descriptions so that they provide more value to the customer, and then also help us attract customers from an organic perspective. We did have a blog in the past. I have to say, from what information has been provided to me, it wasn't as effective as they had hoped. And again, I think it's really about, there's a balance. So there's what is valuable from an SEO perspective, and then what is valuable from a consumer perspective. And I really think it's about the integration. So it's a balance of the content and the commerce, and there's ways to integrate that content into the site without creating the blog as a destination. I think that blogs from a brand perspective feel very disconnected. There's more opportunity to integrate that storytelling at the PDP level, which is closer to the point of conversion, or on the PLPs, integrating that within the product grid to provide more information about, whether that be the edit or the category experience. So I would say that I'm a larger proponent of the integration of content within the existing e-commerce experience rather than keeping it separate.
Sure. So it looks like that's about it for the questions. I actually have one more question personally. I'm just curious, Angela, what does your marketing technology stack look like? Like what are you logging into?
So today our tech stack is rapidly evolving. So we're looking at, heat mapping, whether that be like Hotjar. We're looking at Google Analytics on a regular basis, Dash Hudson from a social engagement perspective. Klaviyo is our email marketing platform. We're in that on a daily basis. And we're also in a trial period of a BI tool, which we're actively involved and engaged with. So I think it's very important to understand, consumer behavior at every single touch point. So my team and myself are very actively, engaged with these platforms and looking at the data and the analytics on a daily basis.
Awesome. Great. Well, I think that's it for questions. So I just wanted to thank you so much for this fireside chat. It was really interesting to hear your answers. And thank you to Brand Invaders as well for hosting this lovely fireside chat. And thanks everyone for joining.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm taking over for Ryan Culp. I'm the Director for Content and Community here at Brand Innovators. Welcome and get ready for the next session of the day. So please give a warm welcome to Einat Ravin, the head of MLive, Marriott's real-time global marketing command center of content marketing at Marriott International. The session will be moderated by Jennifer Braunschweiger, the Senior Director of Content Marketing at Shutterstock. Welcome. Hello.
Hi.
Hi
Great
there.
to be here.
Great to be here. Amazing. I'll leave it to you both. Have fun.
Great.
Thanks.
Are we ready to start or should we wait a couple more minutes?
Nope, you're ready. You can go ahead.
Fantastic. Well, I am so happy to be here. I'm Jennifer Braunschweiger. I am head of content marketing at Shutterstock, which is the creative solutions platform. And the way that we think about content marketing there is that we're all about offering creative guidance in a changing world. So how do we help you make what you need to make? And as we look in that and as we dive deep into that, we're helping people across industries and we're helping people tackle issues of visual representation for whatever they do. And that means that we have an incredible appetite for all sorts of insights that are coming at us from all kinds of different industries, which makes it particularly interesting to sit here with Einat Ravin, who runs NLive at Marriott, all about the exciting stuff that she has and her team have been working on in the last couple years. And so very glad to have this conversation with you, and let's jump right in. So first, can you explain a little bit about your background and what you do?
Sure. So my background has been a bit meandering. I've learned through life that I tend to be a bit of a generalist. I love to continuously learn, whether it's industries or skills or leadership. And you'll hear that reflected in the path that I've taken. So I started off post-college at Accenture. Great foundation in terms of just professional skills, presentation, facilitation, overall business acumen. First time I was able to lead a team in a professional setting, as well as getting the consulting and client relationship. So after doing that for a few years with the federal government, I decided to continue learning and went to Columbia for business school, where I expanded my business experience, knowledge, leadership, whether it be like leading small business consulting programs or working Columbia Women in Business, developed an extensive network of folks who I'm proud to call friends that have been really helpful both personally and professionally. So after leaving B School, I then moved on to American Express in New York, where Amex is just known for allowing you to continue to move and grow. And so I took full advantage of that. I started off focusing on improving the digital consumer user experience. So what our consumers were doing on Amex.com. I then pivoted over more to the consumer ops side. So kind of sneaking a peek behind the scenes from a customer service perspective and the intricacies of cross-selling, which was really good foundation and one of the toughest jobs I've ever seen to work in customer service. So hats off to them. I then decided that I was interested in learning about more of the kind of the B2B to C side. So I pivoted over to membership rewards and the loyalty side of the house, which was exciting in that I was focused on retail gift card partnerships and had the opportunity to launch First Collection, which at the time was the ability to give our Platinum and Centurion card members really exclusive opportunities to cash in their points, to redeem their points. So I launched Tiffany & Co. I also worked with Williams-Sonoma and others. So really fun, interesting way to kind of get a sneak peek at the retail industry. As life would have it, I then pivoted over to Marriott. Travel is my personal passion. So you've got to imagine the past year and a half has been a little rough, but I still love it and adore it. And I've been doing it any way, shape, or form. So when I transitioned to Marriott, I kept with the partnerships path. And what's interesting about that is there are kind of two sides of the coin, right? So there's the financial services side of the house, which is where I was living from the Amex. But then there's the merchant side of the house. So from the business or the company. And I was transitioning over to the business side of the house where I managed relationships with the NFL, Amex, so some of my old colleagues, Hertz, Visa, and HBO. I did some huge contract negotiations, huge deals there. So really enjoyed learning that skill set. And then after having done that for a while, I said, you know what, let's keep learning. I then transitioned over to social media listening, very logical transition from, retail partnerships to financial to what about tech partnerships next? So built that skill set, worked with those technology companies, and I parlayed that into MLive. So I'm going to pause here as to what is MLive. MLive is Marriott's real-time command center. We have hubs around the globe. So in London, we support Europe, Middle East, and Africa. In Hong Kong, we have Asia Pacific. Outside of Miami, we support Caribbean and Latin America. And Marriott's located in Bethesda, right outside Washington, D.C. And what we're really focused on is keeping the real-time pulse via social of what are guests, what are our customers, what are they saying? It's really, interesting. It's critical nowadays to really have that pulse and understanding. And to give you a bird's eye view as to the different types of initiatives that we're focused on, social listening, really the bad, the worst, and the ugly, what's being said about us so that we can kind of keep a pulse from a reputation brand management, peppered in with some really nice, good things, which we always appreciate hearing. One thing I was lucky enough to launch, pre-COVID, was Surprise and Delights. So essentially what we did is we took our social listening and we leveraged it to identify micro influencers. So think our guests who are on property, who are posting on social, we reached out to them and said, hey, any interest in doing Marriott Bonvoy tours and activities? So what does that mean? That could be zip lining in Costa Rica. That could be taking ATVs in the desert. And you know what? They loved it, right? Because who wouldn't love to be able to do one of these really cool tours and activities? They posted a ton, which we were happy to see, not something that we asked for, and really garnered like tremendous return on engagement and won us a Shorty Award, which is really the creme de la creme of social media. So something we were so proud of.
I love this. Thank you for all that. There's so much in there. I'm completely fascinated by how different your background is from mine. And I love, that's what's so great about an event like this is that you get a bunch of people in the room who are coming from different places. So, so interesting to hear about how you got there, and also completely fascinated by MLive, which sounds incredibly cool. So you're basically in a command center, listening to what people are saying about Marriott and able to respond, and then also able to capitalize and sort of accelerate the great stuff by, picking up on that and pushing that out too. Is that kind of the right way to understand it?
Yeah, we very much partner with, we don't own any of our own social channels. So we would partner with Marriott Bonvoy to make sure they were doing the outreach. We were doing the outreach, but kind of in partnership in tandem with them. And hopefully, garnering some interesting UGC that could then be leveraged on our social channels in the future.
I love it. That sounds great. And, leads me really to the next question, which is we're here talking with brand innovators. And so, what does innovation look like? I think what you just described is a pretty great example of innovation, but how do you think about that term now?
Yep. So I would say now is a pretty operative term. So as we're all living through this new and different world with COVID having impacted the world and particularly having an impact around the hospitality industry. So what Marriott's done has been really smart and really clever. We really are looking to meet our guests where they're at. So especially early on when you didn't have as much flexibility to go and explore and travel how you might like and what we might love. We developed things such as the Play Pass, Stay Pass, and Day Pass. So you're sitting at home with your roommates, your family, alone, basically going a little bit crazy there. And you're like, I just need to get out. So an interesting concept we're finding is bleisure. Leisure is the mixing of business and leisure, which really gives you the opportunity to work from anywhere, right? For those of us who are, able to work remotely, that means that your weekend doesn't necessarily start at Friday and end on Sunday anymore. Perhaps you go and take it somewhere else. So knowing that folks had more flexibility than normal, Marriott launched the Play Pass, Stay Pass, and Day Pass. And that essentially allowed you to go perhaps book a room to go work from, so to get some personal space during the day, take calls, do whatever you wanted to, and just get a different vibe, different atmosphere. Now, if you wanted to spend the night and perhaps go out, explore the local area, add on another work day or another fun day, then we had, essentially a stay pass. And now if you have family in tow and everybody needs a change of pace, but perhaps the parentals actually have to get some work done, we offered something that would, perhaps entertain your kids while you're working and things like that. So really interesting and clever way to kind of capitalize. You might not be taking at the time, far flights, but you still wanted that local experience. And Marriott also did this with regards to partnerships. So Marriott partnered with Uber, right? So you oftentimes found yourself sick of cooking and making your sourdough bread, and you just wanted something different. And so we partnered with Uber, whether it be taking an Uber or Uber Eats, where lots of people were ordering in, and allowed you an opportunity to earn and redeem your Marriott Bonvoy points. So really clever way, again, to meet our guests where they're comfortable at and what they feel like doing at that time.
So what I'm hearing you say, or, if I could sort of put that in a little capsule, would be innovation is about connecting your strengths as a company to the moment in the world right now in a creative way. Because that's sort of what seems to connect for me. What you're describing Marriott did was Marriott understood what people loved about it and what it did well, and was able to creatively make that relevant to, today, the moment right now. Is that, do you agree with that? Is that how you would sum it up then?
Yep. No, that's perfect.
Okay, great. Because I think there's a lesson there for all of us is really, it's more complicated than it sounds, because first, it requires really understanding what you're good at and what your customer loves you for, and then being creative about how to apply that to a situation as outlandish as the one we are currently in.
So true.
So the other part of what we're talking about right now is about being a woman in marketing. So this is my cat, excuse me. And I think about that all the time, like, in the conversation right now, socially around leadership, what does it mean to you to be a senior level woman leader?
So I inherently feel the need to give back. And for me, the best way to give back is with regards to mentoring. It's something that I find very fulfilling, and hopefully others find really productive and useful. And I focus on this both at work and outside of work. So I've been known to have conversations with folks on my team who have been in meetings and let others take credit and introduce themselves. And, as the women on the team just sat quietly, and I provided them like real-time constructive feedback of, nope, that's not how it's going to go. You're going to speak up. You're going to say all the great work you're doing and take credit for it, because this is your opportunity to shine. And we shouldn't be essentially bequeathing that to someone else for that. And of course, a polite and appropriate way. I've also mentored folks both on my team and other teams as they look to make career transitions, both internally within the company or externally as it relates to COVID. And so I might be doing the late night resume review for you, or helping you prep for your job interview, explaining what is appropriate and not appropriate for like what to wear for a job, and kind of coaching the folks who might be a little bit more junior, having had done this so much in the past. I also, through my association with Columbia, am a mentor with the business school. And I was lucky enough to have this past year, this extraordinarily talented woman who was looking to make a career transition. She didn't know within the company or another company. She just knew she wanted something different. She wanted to learn a new function. She wasn't sure what. So having gone through a lot of changes and different explorations myself, we did, some long brainstorming sessions. She was beyond thoroughly prepared. And once we kind of narrowed in on a few, I opened up my LinkedIn network to her, found a few folks who were in those spot on industries and functions, and said, here you go. Made the intros. She did all the hard work, kind of really refined her thoughts, interviewed for a job, and then got the area. And what's even cooler about it is we've been doing this virtually the whole year. She actually was abroad. She came back and we got to meet up finally. And it was just so rewarding to like meet this person who I was able to kind of coach through, who had it in her the whole time, and for her to kind of really make a mark on what's next in her career.
That's a great story. I love that. Did you have someone in your life or in your professional career who helped you? Like, did you learn by example, or did you learn from an absence of examples?
As it won't surprise you, I would say a hodgepodge for me. At Amex, I had an official mentor who, to this day, her words just harken back to things that I should keep in mind, things that folks probably are aware of, but at the time was like mind blowing. I was looking for at Amex to change jobs all the time. And so I brought her a couple job descriptions and I said to her, I was like, but I don't have these skills or these qualifications. And she's like, enough, you're fine. You have enough of these. You know, no man would say that they didn't have enough of these. Like, you're good to go, and you're going to go in and you bring to the table what you have. And you're going to make your mark. And she was right. I did get those roles. It also helped open my eyes that, you know, don't cut yourself off, you know, give yourself more opportunities. And then I've done informal mentors. I have, you know, old bosses and even peers who serve as amazing sounding boards as I kind of meander through life, trying to figure out what's next, and really provide some really great context.
Well, your what appears to be your professional strategy of chasing new things to learn seems incredible. So I think that's already useful. You know, to that point around learning, one thing I have observed over my career, which I think is not unusual, is that the pace of change has really just accelerated. So, you know, you mentioned about Amex that people moved roles all the time. In your career, you have obviously moved a lot of roles, but even within those roles, I think the pace with which we're expected to move, I mean, your job involves social listening, which changes every, you know, millisecond. What's your advice for surviving that pace of change?
So it's a lot of what I've been sharing. It's about adaptability, upskilling, willing to learn and grow your skills, and being open to change. So in my career, I've had new leadership that's come in that has, you know, turned things on a dime. I had a team member of mine who left the company, and on 2 days' notice, I inherited his whole team and all of his work that he was doing. And so I was like, okay, cool. This could be completely overwhelming, or this could be really exciting. I got to know these new team members, understand what they're working on, really spent the time listening as opposed to talking, and then saw how I could insert myself to help the process or remove obstacles. And that was really key. I mean, the fact is, COVID has upended everything. You have to be nimble. You have to be able to, you know, turn on a dime. Marriott merged with Starwood just a few years ago, you know, going from 19 brands to 30 brands. So I would say just as a whole, just riding the wave is probably your best bet.
Yeah, that's great. And I've started sending the surfer emoji on Slack all the time. And it's funny that you mentioned that, because that is my new favorite Slack emoji. I just send the surfing, you know. And I think also what you're saying is that you have a super positive attitude about it, which is like, this is how it is. And so what can you learn about it, and or learn from it, and how can you turn it into an opportunity? And I think that is great advice for anybody, myself completely included. So to change direction, you know, sitting in marketing, I am constantly asked by the business side of the house and the data-oriented people with whom I work and to whom I report about measuring success. You know, what are the metrics that you're applying to your work with MLive, and how do you think about those metrics? And you know, I'm really interested in your business school background. Did that help? Like, how are you translating that kind of stuff?
Yeah, so MLive, we've really been given the free rein in terms of, like, you know, fail fast, take risks, learn what you do, and continue to pivot. MLive's historically at the top of the funnel. So we're driving awareness, which is historically really challenging to measure. So we've been focusing on like high level quantitative metrics. So it was perhaps more volume based. So the volume of surprise and delights, or the alerts around reputation brand management, or the number of activations that we've had. I think to have external validation, like winning the Cannes Lion Award and the Shorty Awards and the Smarties Awards, for sure helps our cause as to what we're doing and why we're doing it. But it's less about like the click-through rates and more traditional metrics, because that's just not where we're able to kind of play in terms of our metrics tracking. And, from my business school background, I love math and I love numbers. So any way I can figure out to show, an upward trend or quantify this, I do. But then, at some point, the folks on my team are like, enough is enough. Let's work with what we got.
Yeah, I always want the lines to go up and to the right, but the lines don't always cooperate. I mean, and also, note to self: win some awards. I think that that one goes a long way too. So, congratulations on those. And then a question, from where I sit specifically, obviously, and this is connected to the pace of change. There's more and more and more content out there at all times. So there's just the tidal wave of it, which even my surfer Slack emoji can't quite keep up with. And, so how do you think about standing out in a crowded space?
So we're also in a unique space in that, limited budget, limited resources, especially now. So what we could do pre-COVID is not something that we're going to be doing currently, but we're still blessed to have the opportunity to do some great things. So, for example, pre-COVID, we might have been doing brand-specific campaigns. Currently, we're really focused on portfolio campaigns. So from the Marriott Bonvoy level. So as opposed to, calling out, individually all of our 30 brands, how can we roll this up? It's also a great way to garner awareness of our portfolio as a whole. So recently we launched Travel Makes Us. That's a broad campaign that we're offering, and kind of really to inspire folks to travel again. We're, in a different place. This is exciting. If you're comfortable, come and enjoy all there is to offer by learning from this world. We also infused social into this marketing campaign. So allowing folks to, share their UGC, submit their travel videos, tag, Travel Makes Us and things like that. So they're also joining the conversation, which, after the last presentation talking all about TikTok, this is what folks are doing. They have more time on their hands. They want to create the content and they want to be a part of it. So that's where we've been focused on early on in COVID, knowing that folks were very, very limited as to where they could travel. We kind of did it differently. So knowing that, Wanderlust was top of mind, we launched a campaign, Dear Travel. So Dear Travel was your ability to share on social your love letter to travel, right? So everything that you were missing. And I mean, the list of things that I could write of places I was dying, the trip to Northern Ireland and Dublin, I canceled for April 2020. And, or maybe just your favorite beach at the time that you couldn't go to. So it was a nice way to kind of plug in, again, what you were saying in terms of the relevance and the timing, and kind of speak with it. So being nimble and creative, and just dealing with where we're at the time.
Mm-hmm. I mean, you're talking about very top of funnel stuff, particularly as you're talking about portfolio level. And that's where my question about measurement came from. I completely agree with you. And yet that's also where I hit that measurement question. So in my job, at least, I find it a real back and forth between standing out by speaking in creative ways to, the real needs of your customer, and then also being able to measure that concretely is the tightrope that I feel like I am on. Does that resonate for you as well, or not so much from where you sit?
So at Marriott, there are lots of folks who are creating and managing the marketing campaigns and developing it. So it really depends on who's owning it and who's creating it in terms of what the metrics tracking,
That makes sense.
what the KPIs would be for that.
That's great. Again, like if obviously, we have all been through enormous changes in the last couple of years. Is there anything that, you want to share about sort of as you look back on the last couple of years that you have learned that is helping you do your job better or differently?
Yeah. So looking just back on the past 2 years, for me, it's really been about resilience, flexibilities, and the importance of strong relationships. So early on in COVID, I was one of only a few who were retained for the marketing team at Marriott. I felt very blessed, but also very sad. It was, a challenging time. So we were very lean. There were very few folks able to do the work. So you learn to be really scrappy. You learn to embody the concept of a team player and wearing many different hats because you had to be. And you had to catch whatever was thrown at you and kind of just continue to juggle. And very much harkens to relationships, right? So I got to know folks I didn't know that well, and also understand they're juggling a lot of things on the home front and the workplace, and just give everyone the grace that they need to do whatever they need to get done. But yeah, there are some very, very strange times, but if you kind of listen, do your best, work together, things will work themselves out.
I think that's beautifully said about grace. That is absolutely such a lovely sentiment to carry across these times. They are times that have required a lot of grace from all of us. I think that's a beautiful way to think about it. And then we have a couple more minutes and I don't see any questions. So I will ask another one, which is, as you have done so many different and interesting things over the course of your career, has how you think about success changed over that time?
For sure. When you're coming out of college, a hungry 20-something-year-old with your goal to move up the ladder as fast as possible. And that's fantastic. And in fact, that might stay with you your whole life, or it might pivot as things in your life change. I decided to go to grad school, and then, at some point, if you choose to have a family or don't choose to have a family, that also could, impact what you're doing. At times I kind of pressed the brake a little bit more because juggling things on the home front and the work front was tricky. So perhaps a job that might be a little bit easier to do is not the worst thing, right? Or, as you accelerate down the path of empty nester or retiring, the long and short of it is success can be redefined and should be redefined, and don't stay beholden to one. And don't consider yourself a failure just because you haven't done X, Y, or Z that you had decided 5-10 years from now, because you could be in just a very different spot dealing with things and your priorities may have changed, and that's okay. So wherever you're at is fine and where you should be.
Yeah, that does connect. And maybe the answer to one of the questions that has come in to the chat line, which is about a piece of advice that you would give your younger self. Is there a sort of summed up version of what you would tell yourself as the hungry 20-something?
I probably would say take even more risks, would be where I'd say. As I think back, I've never regretted doing anything, but I have regretted not doing things. So I would highly recommend just take the risk, take the leap. You will land on your feet regardless where it is, and you'll learn a hell of a lot after you do.
Yeah, take risks. It's great. And then another question is about how you measure success of your team beyond KPIs and metrics. So I guess the question here is really like, we talked about how we measure, or how you measure success of the work. How do you think about measuring success of your team?
So oftentimes I've had folks who might have been a little bit more junior, a little earlier on in their career. And for me, success is really giving them the skills and helping them gain the skills that they will need for the rest of their career. So I've been known to push folks who hate to do presentations to present. And so we sit in a room every single day, or we had sat in a room every single day, practicing till they got comfortable with it, knowing that this is a life skill they should have. So in a lot of ways, it's helping them on their personal growth. What are they looking to develop? And what skills can we garner? It could be from a communication perspective. It could be, how do you present yourself from, your written communication or what have you. But so I take it, I love mentoring. I love working with folks. So I kind of take it on two levels. Yes, we're going to drive the business. We're going to drive the results, but what other skills can we grow and learn that'll benefit everyone?
Great. And another question that has come in is a little bit of a zinger. So I'm interested in your answer, which is, what marketing opportunities do you think most companies are overlooking right now?
That's a good one. In terms of what are they missing out on? Where is the world going right now? Like, what changes are here to stay?
Do you know?
Yeah, I wish I did. But what changes are here to stay, and how can we capitalize on it? So, for example, early on when the pandemic came and not everyone, those who could transition to remote, wow, that was a great opportunity for Zoom and Teams. So now in the new world, what is going to be here to stay that we need to consider? So whether it be, marketing from an education perspective, right? All of these students who've been impacted in college and, younger grades, what's going to happen with them and what's going to stick, and how do we kind of maximize that, for example?
I spent a lot of time trying to figure out exactly that. Okay, I don't see any other questions that we haven't covered. Is there anything else you would like to add, or something I forgot to ask?
I think that's it for me.
Wonderful. Well, it's been so great to talk to you. Thank you so much for coming. I've really enjoyed our conversation. And also a big thank you to Brand Innovators. I always love these events. They're so great. And it's so exciting and interesting to be able to sit and chat with people from all over in such a great way. So thank you to everyone.
And thank you so much to Jen and Brand Innovators. This has been a really, really rewarding experience for me. And thanks to everyone who's listening.
Especially.
Hi again, everyone. So we are running a little bit ahead of schedule. So before we begin, I'm just going to get a few more minutes in before we introduce the next two speakers. For everyone tuning in, please note that we will be starting with the next session shortly, just a little bit ahead of time. So stay tuned. Welcome back, everyone, and thank you for your patience. Please give a warm welcome for the next two speakers of the day. We have Sarah Moore, the SVP of Marketing at MGM Resorts International. The session will be moderated by Laura Bishop, the SVP of Client Partnerships at GSTV. Welcome. Thank you for joining. How are you doing today?
Great. Having a little technical difficulty as the morning gets started. So good morning.
What's a Brand Innovators live cast without a few technical difficulties?
Exactly.
Well, I'll leave it to you both. Have fun and see you later.
Thanks, Ariel. Hello, Sarah.
Hi, good to see you.
Good to see you in real life-ish.
I know, ish.
Ish, always. I decided to change. I have to change rooms like every so often throughout the week just to keep things going.
Yep.
So, but it looks like you're actually in the office. Is that true?
I did. I came in the office today. Thought I'd find myself a quiet environment. With a 2-year-old running around at home, she would have made her way onto this conversation. So I thought I'll come into the office where it's nice and quiet.
I love that. And by the way, sometimes those are my favorite moments when the little monkeys get on the screen and they're like, hello.
Yeah.
Actually, sometimes we request it specifically. Could someone bring your cute little angel on?
Well, next time I'll stay home then.
I love that. Well, hey, it's nice to meet you. I know you and I have talked briefly. Laura Bishop, everybody, located in Detroit, home of GSTV, which is an awesome national video platform at fuel stations across the country, and I manage a team everywhere. So it's been nice to kind of get out there and see things, but I have not yet been to Vegas. And just a little bit, Sarah, my background, really I come from more of the NBC, like broadcast, national video kind of thing, but I'm here representing GSTV now and would love to just learn a little bit about you and hear a little bit about your background and introduce everybody to yourself and to what you're doing now at MGM. That'd be great.
Sure, thank you. So I'm a New England kid, born and raised in Rhode Island, and somehow found myself in the desert, which is a little crazy. I've been here a long time, but taken a couple of pivots on my path. Been with MGM Resorts in total for about 14 years in various marketing capacities. I did take a little, again, pivot and go and work for some other hospitality brands, but ultimately came back to MGM Resorts. Most of my career with this company has been on the development side. So brand new integrated resorts, building those brands from the ground up. Spent some time in Washington, D.C., spent some time in Western Massachusetts, and about 2 years ago came back to oversee kind of global brand strategy for the company across our entire portfolio, across both domestic and international. And so now that brings me to where I am today as Senior Vice President of Marketing at MGM Resorts.
I love that. And so Vegas, was that initially after school? You were like, I'm taking off out west?
Yeah, quite literally. I graduated college. I moved like 3 months later on a hope and a dream. And I originally thought I wanted to be in event planning specifically. So where else do you go? Then Las Vegas. Quickly realized that I needed to take a step back and kind of, take on some more traditional marketing to understand where my path would really go. But I thought I'd be here like a year, and then, just the opportunity was incredible. It's a great city to live in. I met my husband, and the rest is history.
And that's what happens. And your mom, working in the business world out there today. So that's awesome. Can you share a little bit about, and I know you and I were talking about this previously, your team's pretty large. Could you talk a little bit about the structure of your team and how it all works?
Sure. So the brand marketing organization here really consists of 4 pillars. So we have our brand strategy team, we have our creative and content development, integrated media, and then social marketing. And so our whole group, the brand marketing team, we're a large size. We're about 80 people, but we service the entire organization. So we sit in the commercial group. So we work closely with our partners over in commercial strategy, revenue management, meetings and conventions. But we ultimately collaborate with every corner of the company. So we're a portfolio of 21 resort brands, but within that, thousands of brands across all of our various experiences and venues. And so our team oversees all of the brand strategy, brand development, marketing strategy, and creative development for all of those brands.
Wow. And that's definitely been keeping you busy, I would imagine, especially over the last year and a half, and how your business has had to change and all that. But I do know, I feel like it's either been, businesses have really thrived during the pandemic or they've struggled. Can you talk a little bit just about, how you've adapted and, where you're looking to take your business through the end of this year? Because I know there's even been changes out in Vegas, right? With mask mandates and things like that. But even as you look into next year, I'd love to hear a little bit more about that.
Sure. So you said thrive and struggle. We have definitely lived in both of those spaces at different times throughout the last 18 months. March 17th of 2020, every one of our resorts closed across the globe. And so I think the theme, and even the theme going into next year, is really around agility. We've always been agile. Our business is very fast paced. We're a 24/7 business. Something's always happening in our world, but agility was never more prominent than it was the last 18 months. So very quickly looking at how do we engage our customers when we can't physically see them. And that's the service we provide, is these incredible in-person experiences. So how do we engage them? Thriving in a way, though, that, and I think this happened for a lot of companies, we had to accelerate some of our other growth strategies. So our digital transformation, we accelerated how we're, using our digital experiences to enhance the customer experience. So when those customers came back, we had rolled out, mobile check-in and checkout across our entire portfolio. And so it's definitely accelerated our digital landscape in a way that was long overdue and just really exciting. And I think it's also just about, understanding who those new customers are. And so when we look at the back half of the year, or now past the back half of the year, it's just about maintaining that agility. We've been very fortunate that our customers came back. They live for the experiences that we give, and we've seen them come back. They've also been incredibly resilient alongside with us, though. As you said, we introduced a new mask mandate back in July, as we saw, cases rising, but our customers, they put their masks on and they came right back. And so it hasn't impacted, the resiliency of our incredible employees, but also our customers. And so I think it's just maintaining that agility. We're obviously keeping a really close eye on what's happening with the Delta variant and how that's impacting business. But again, just, staying in tune and agile as needed. And I think what's exciting going into the rest of the year is, again, how we have really accelerated our thinking around innovation, around the guest experience, what we need to do. The traveler coming out of COVID is, especially that modern luxury traveler, is just a much more discerning customer. So, fast tracking how we service them and speak to them, that's been exciting. And so excited to see that landscape continue to grow.
Yeah. And I will tell you personally, from my own experience, I went to a new property that I'd never been to of yours before, because we do have, MGM here in Detroit, but I was at the Borgata in New Jersey, and I felt completely safe. I thought I had a wonderful time too. They're very good cover band there, I'd like to say. So, so you guys are doing well. I actually got to experience myself, which I think was really fun. So I know you mentioned the mobile check-in and some other things, but I do know that your digital platforms have been increasingly important. What has permanently changed? What do you think what's permanent now in your business?
Oh man. I mean, what's permanently changed is how we did everything from, as many other companies did, we took a step back and we looked at completely overhauling our segmentation, how we interact with customers. So I think we're much more sophisticated in how we, engage our consumers at various points throughout the consumer journey. We're much more prescriptive in our messaging. As you can imagine, with a portfolio of brands of ours, it can sometimes be difficult to kind of really land each brand in its voice in the right way at the right time to the right customer. And so we just kind of really overhauled how we engage our customers. And so how we message them, the creative that we're delivering to them, that's really specifically within the marketing vertical. We're much more we're much more prescriptive with our spend, I think, and you'll see that across a lot of companies as well, really introducing, continuous improvement and optimization and testing into the right opportunities. So whereas, business as usual is no longer business as usual, we're constantly flexing and trying out new things. And I think we've also been given, a bit more empowerment to take greater risks as long as we're, constantly, measuring those rewards. And so that's a new way of thinking. And that's a new muscle that we've built over the last 18 months that will not change, and really excited about that. And just again, this era of innovation, the closures for us where we struggled, it really inspired innovation and us, as a business taking a step back and saying, what do we need to do differently? That won't change. And that's really exciting.
I love that. And I do think that businesses that were able to figure things out quickly and innovate are the ones that have continued to thrive. I wanted to go back just really quick because I did already see a question, and I think it kind of goes back to just your background and how you have done so well. It says, as a younger woman holding such a high executive role, what do you think got you to where you are so quickly?
First, thank you for calling me young. I really appreciate that. It's a great way to start the day. I think for me, and I've shared this a lot with, those that I'm mentoring or, young junior executives or junior leaders, it's really about raising your hand and not being afraid to say, I want to try that. I want to do that. And I think for me, I've done that a lot throughout my career. It hasn't been kind of, this is my trajectory, your career is a jungle gym, it's not a ladder, but I've been willing to kind of raise my hand and say, look, I know I might not be qualified for that, but I want to try it. I'm not afraid to ask for kind of what next. And I will tell you, MGM Resorts is the type of company where you get out what you put in. And I've been very fortunate along the way that they've taken some of those risks on me because they value those that are willing to stretch themselves. So I think it's a matter of, if there's something you're thinking about doing or an area that's like, might not be entirely intuitive, don't be scared, to Sheryl Sandberg, lean in hard and don't be afraid to throw your hand up. And I think that's really what has given me the opportunities that I've had and led me to where I am.
I love that. And I think I try to tell my team the same thing because we're growing quickly and I've got a team of about 70% women. So I always love to let them hear other people's experiences and different ways that they can, work to try things a little bit differently and move up ahead. So I know that your team is, constantly keeping consumers, customers, and clients top of mind. How do you work specifically with your agency and media partners to do so? And I will tell you, we had to change a lot of the way that we work with people during the pandemic. I mean, we're, allowed a ton of flexibility. We got rid of some of, the old, you got to give us 60 days to cancel because a lot of businesses were changing. Any way to expand on that, I think would be great to hear.
Sure. So consumer insights and understanding consumer behavior has always been a part of what we do. I think we just got much more sophisticated and kind of expanded the various inputs that lead to that, that are ultimately informing our decisions. So, and growing that kind of framework. So it's not just what do we know about our customers, but how are we keeping a pulse on the macro climate? What is happening overall, and what was as marketers, we tend to stay within what's happening in the travel industry. Well, when the pandemic happened, it was critical that we knew what was happening in every industry because the themes across marketing and advertising specifically were prevalent. And so for us, it was our agencies. We have an incredible AOR, and it was calling on them to say, be our eyes and ears. And so the flexibility we created with just our scope with our agency, pretty much, as I'm sure it did with a lot of companies, went out the window. And it was like, how do we work together? You need us, we need you. And we're very lucky that our agency is very much just an extension of our team. That couldn't have been more profound during the pandemic. They were our global eyes. They were the ones that were telling us what was happening in the world of advertising marketing across all industries globally. And so that became a critical component to informing our strategies and how we were going to, maintain that customer connectivity through the pandemic. And that won't change either. And I think it's actually made our partnerships stronger as we emerge and look to, 22 strategic planning.
Yeah, and I know that I think we also talked about this, that we are spending a lot of time on Zoom calls. We're spending a lot of time trying to keep our teams engaged. What is something in particular that you guys have been doing? Because I know, could you tell us a little bit about what the work situation is, whether you're in person or the team's remote?
Yep. I will also say, when we talk about what's permanently changed, that has been incredible, quite honestly, is the flexibility that we've built into our, normal workday. We were a pretty standard, like in the office, Monday through Friday, pre-pandemic. And now we've just created such incredible flexibility for our teams. Our team on the marketing side is still fully classified as work from home. I'm a bit of a hybrid. But even in the office I'm in now, it's a ghost town. There's no one here, and our team is working from home, and honestly, they've been more productive. They've produced better work than they ever have because they have that flexibility. I think one of the things that us as leaders leading through a pandemic became so critical was our ability to, have empathy and support around the work-life balance. What our families, what our colleagues were dealing with in their personal lives, none of us really know the extent of how difficult that was, whether it was being a mom and doing homeschooling, or you just never really know. And so I think our ability to create that flexibility and that safe space for our teams to, work from home, get the work done, the normal work day is gone. It's about, doing the work when it's right for you, and maintaining that life balance, because it was never more critical than, coming into the pandemic and coming out of it, even more so now. And I think that's such an incredible change for the good. So our team's working from home. They obviously were a live business, so they, come and they experience the property and they engage with customers as they need to. But otherwise they're working from home, and it's great. No plans to change.
Yeah, and I've kind of had the same thing. Half of my team was already remote anyway, but then those of us that have been home, I think it's been incredible. And I know that you're a working mom. Can you talk a little bit about work-life balance, and does it exist? And then I would love for you to chat, and we can get into this a little bit more about the leadership group that you're in.
Sure. Work-life balance doesn't exist. I think we have traditionally compartmentalized like work and life, but the truth is it's all who you are, and it's all a part of, your entire ecosystem. And what you're experiencing at home is you're going to bring it to work. And it's critical that you do. It's what makes us human, and it's also what makes us empathetic leaders and servant leaders. And so balancing, I have two little children. I have a 5-year-old and a 2-year-old. So hectic work-life balance for me, for sure. But I think, taking my role as a mom and bringing it to work, and deploying those same kind of traits when you're at home with your children around empathy and patience and understanding, and, focusing on mental health. That was critical for us as leaders to bring into this experience, because again, as we said, what our teams are dealing with, we have to be human first and deploy empathy before anything. And so whereas working moms have this kind of dual leadership role, it was a real opportunity to take what we know in both scenarios and just do better for our families and our teams. And so the organization I'm involved with is called Leader Mom. It's an incredible kind of membership community that was started by the incomparable Catherine Flavin, Kelly Frederickson, and Maria Soros. And it really is just that. It's a safe kind of membership community for working mothers, male leaders who are passionate about supporting, and have an affinity for this, to come together and share their trials, their tribulations, break down some of those stigmas around working moms, because they very much do exist. We all experience it, but also to share kind of what we call our hard-won wisdom, like how are we winning at this game, and how are we sharing those with other, moms that might need a little more inspiration and might need a little more support. And there's a blog, and there's a podcast, and there's different member events. And so it's something I'm really proud of, the work that they're doing, and they deserve the exposure. And there are so many people that can relate to this and really benefit from this information and this support.
And how did you stumble upon this group? And if somebody wants to get involved, what would you suggest?
Well, leadermom.com. It's as simple as that. Check it out. There's multiple ways to get involved. There's a lot of great information, but there's also, a membership component where you get access to lots of other different information. I had worked with one of the founders, Catherine Flavin, when I was actually opening our resort in Western Massachusetts. And we just quickly bonded over this stigma, because the truth is I was 8 months pregnant when we opened that property. And so here I was, out to here waddling around this giant construction site. And I was feeling that pressure. I was feeling, how am I going to do this? How am I going to be perceived? Am I able to do this? And she recognized that in me quickly and said, stop, let's talk about that, And so she was just such a huge support for me. So she, at the same time, she was standing up this organization, and I was like, no, this is so needed. This type of community is so needed. So I was eager to get involved, and it's just really great work that they're doing.
Yes, and I know I myself am going to check it out. So I hope many of the people on my team also investigate that, because it was something I never heard of before. So I think that's really cool. We have another question from Ryan. It says, how can you talk with leadership about work-life balance? And as an employee, what questions can you ask yourself to help you identify boundaries? Burnout is real. And I totally believe in the video burnout. I mean, I know I experience it. I try to walk my dog around the neighborhood every now and then just to get away from this all day long. Yes. But would love to hear how you could give advice to this person asking the question.
Absolutely. And burnout is so real. It's across the board. There's a great article by Gallup called The Great Resignation. And it stems from just this life burnout that we're all experiencing. And so I think it goes back to some of those fundamentals we talked about. Like, as leaders, we have to think of them as human first. We have to think of our teams. And so every single time something comes up that might be a friction point, it's like, take a step back. What is this person going through? How do we address what's really happening here? And then my obligation as a leader is to be really transparent with my leadership. And I will tell you, our most senior leadership, our executive team here at MGM Resorts, they understand it. They're open. We're having the tough conversations. We're being very transparent about what we're seeing, and they are doing what they need to do to create independence and flexibility through certain programs, and mental health has been a big part of our conversations all the way at the top of our organization. And that's critical. And I think, our ability to be comfortable to talk about mental health and where people are at, and us as leaders to provide the safety around that is critical. And so I think as an employee, it's also, how to manage that is just be true to yourself and be transparent with your leaders. It's really incredible to see now team members saying, I need to take a mental health day. And that's it's okay. It's great. Take that time. We're all dealing with so much, both at a micro and a macro level, with work, with life. It just feels like everything's a little heavy right now. And so I think it's just being honest with yourself, not being afraid to kind of step forward and say, I need to take time for myself, because that's all that matters. And so I think it's transparency at all levels, transparency with your leader, but then us as leaders, transparency with our senior leadership about what's really going on.
I know sometimes on my group calls with my team, I'll ask them a question and I'll get feedback that I had no idea about. So I think it is, as a leader, just creating a safe space for people to feel like they can give you honest feedback on things. This is kind of a question that I personally have for you. How have you kept your team motivated? Like, what are some strategies when we're Zooming all the time? Like, anything fun or creative that you've done?
Really, it's hard. I'll be honest, it's really hard. And so some of the, we did Friday happy hour Zooms for many, many, many months. I think it's just, again, like I do these things called health checks with my team. As a leader, I put them on my calendar. I have to find time to connect with my team, because we're not running into each other in the hallway. And I think that's been one of the most difficult parts of all of this is, missing those hallway conversations and missing those organic interactions that just aren't happening anymore. So for me, it's finding the time to connect with the team, check in, I'm very like good about Teams Monday morning. Hey, everybody, just saying hi. Like, you have to connect with people on a human level. I think it's easy in this Zoom kind of electronic world to not always share the successes. And so one of my big kind of motivation, tools is I'm constantly sharing the successes. If it's something small, like our CEO said, so-and-so did a great job, I'm immediately committing that to memory and taking it back to that person. Or such and such a campaign, we saw a 2 times return on that, like everything in between. It's so easy to get wrapped up in like output and doing the work and launching, that we're not kind of bringing it always back to like, here's the work that you did and here's the impact that it had. And it's not hard. It's not difficult. It doesn't cost anything to just be very, very transparent about overt recognition. I think overt recognition is more important than ever, and just ensuring that the team understands the role that they're playing and sharing those successes consistently.
I love that. I think that's great. So I know that you love building up like marketing leaders, and for our audience, what advice would you give your team and mentees to grow and advance in their marketing careers? And for women specifically, what advice would you give right now in this world?
For women specifically, and it kind of goes with what I said before, like, fight for yourself, be out there, put your hand up, ask for what you want. There's no better time to be incredibly selfish. If I'm being honest, be selfish for yourself. You know what you want, go fight for it, ask for it. I think leadership is more open and, appreciative and encouraging than ever to retain employees and develop employees and give them those opportunities. So just don't be afraid to ask. I know it's a simple concept of leaning in and out, but like, lean in heavy and fight for yourself, because it's critical on behalf of all women that we do that. But I think, again, right now, one of the kind of emerging, and I talked about this actually in my last fireside chat, like one of the emerging trends I'm seeing when I talk to like young leaders or, marketers that are just coming into the workforce, is they're just very like specific about where they want to be. And I was no different. I thought I wanted to be, throwing big parties, but be open. Marketing is such a vast landscape, and there's so many different directions to go. And so be open to multiple points of entry and various paths. And I think that's one of the things, again, leading to where I am today, is I was open to saying, hadn't thought about that, but I'm going to do it. And because it will just make you well-rounded, and it will just help you understand more what drives you and where you ultimately want to be. And so I think just being open to opportunities.
I think that's really helpful. Now to get back to a little bit, I know we've seen some categories kind of pop for us, and travel has been one, and getting back into, entertainment and all sorts of different things. How has the impending travel boom really kind of impacted your media strategies? And have you been able to cut costs on marketing campaigns due to some pent-up demand?
So pent-up demand has been a wonderful thing for us. We definitely saw the boom come back. Our customers were eager and excited for kind of those fundamental experiences that we provide across the entertainment landscape. But for us, this has not been a cost-cutting exercise. If anything, we've invested more in knowing who these customers are, understanding their behaviors, testing different kind of media strategies, optimizing our kind of channel landscape, where are we investing, at what points of the funnel are we investing? Well, let's try some other stuff, because we know that we have to continue driving brand awareness. We have a large portfolio, and we know that at times not everybody understands the depth of our portfolio. And so brand awareness is a key driver for us. So it's not just about kind of volume and visitation. So we definitely have become much more prescriptive with how we spend and optimizing our spend, but definitely not a cost-cutting exercise in any way. If anything, it's just more about better understanding our customers.
And as you look towards, the end of this year and next year, what makes you excited? What makes you nervous? What do you think the biggest challenge is going to be? I mean, I know there's a lot going on, so I'm sure this is something you're always thinking about.
Well, obviously the Delta variant, COVID is not gone by any means. And so that concerns us. everyone understands what happened with the travel industry. And so the impending cloud of that potentially happening again, is always going to hang over us. And so we're always going to stay really attuned to that. I think one of the biggest challenges we have as marketers today is we're all very reactionary because we're responding to how the customers are now engaging with our products. And as we said, we had a boom. They all came back. The pent-up demand has been incredible. And so a lot of our strategies right now are short term. Like how do we manage what's in front of us right now, 30, 60, 90 days, but now balancing, okay, well, we got to look ahead. What are we going to do in 22? And I think it's just that kind of hesitancy around the unknown. The flip side of that is we have a lot of incredible growth strategies that we're focused on right now. What's happening with the digital gaming and the sports betting landscape is an incredible opportunity for us. Again, innovation around our digital experiences. And so it's just, I think one of the challenges is balancing that short term and long term when there are these potential, outliers along the way. But that's also kind of the exciting part for us marketers is where is this going to go next, and how are we going to continue knowing our customers, and what are they going to look like 6 months from now? Because I think our customers are all going to look very different.
So over the past year, I know the business has come back. There was this pent up demand. What is a success that was kind of surprising to you? Or is there anything that was like, oh, I'm excited about that, and that was awesome?
Oh, we've had a lot of successes. One kind of risk that we took, I'll just speak really high level. We launched a new brand campaign for MGM Resorts as the portfolio, and we hadn't done one in a few years. And we had said consciously we were going to launch a new campaign coming out of the pandemic. Obviously, the right time to launch that campaign was going to be critical due to sensitivities and what's just happening around the world. Our voices were very bold and declarative. So we knew we wanted to come out and be bold. And so we launched a full brand campaign in July, and it was centered on, it's time. It's time to come back. It's time to come and experience the experiences that you love. It was a bit risky, but the reaction and the reach of that campaign has really surprised us all, quite honestly, and kind of the consumption by not only our customers, but our partners and, various kind of partners across, the brand marketing space have reached out and said, we're really proud for how you came out bold. And so it was definitely a risk. It was all about the right timing, but really, really surprised and happy with how that campaign landed.
And timing is everything these days, isn't it? And I know we have another question. Someone is asking, how has your loyalty strategy been impacted over the past 6 months?
It's a great question. Loyalty and our loyalty program and the value that our loyalty program delivers is a critical topic for us these days. And so it's been something that we are working on, and more to come on that. But how our loyalty program kind of creates connectivity to our extensive portfolio and delivers, better value to our customers is something that we're head down right now, kind of evaluating and looking at and reimagining. And so more to come on that, but good question.
Yeah. And do you think your consumer, your customer has changed since the pandemic? Did it used to be a certain group and now you're seeing new people kind of come in?
Yes and no. So one of the kind of big moments of enlightenment for us when we opened our doors was like our core customers, like that core segment that are like loyal gamers and, they came back. And so it was almost like back to basics. Like they are our most loyal customers and they came back. They were the first ones to come back. The flip side of that is like that luxury non-gaming lifestyle traveler. They have changed immensely. I think I said it earlier, they're just much more discerning in how they spend. They're spending and they want to spend, but they're just much more discerning and they want more for their money. And that doesn't equate to value in terms of like discounting or promotions. They just want to feel like they've been enriched more by their vacation. And our competitive set is no longer just like the resort corridor, but it's every other destination and every other experience out there. So it's how do we create more for, and how do we connect with customers on how we deliver that value to them. So it's been interesting. So both, it's like servicing the customers that are ride or dies, but then also like adapting to that new modern luxury traveler.
Okay, so we're getting down to the last few minutes, and I wanted to ask you just a couple little quick round kind of fun things. What's the app you can't live without right now?
Probably two. My Peloton app. I am a Peloton loyalist, and so I use the app consistently. Probably the other one would be like it's called Insight Timer. And so big meditation and kind of calming and breathing techniques. I recommend it, check it out. And so those are probably the two apps I can't live without right now.
And what podcasts are you listening to?
SmartLess. If you haven't heard SmartLess, it's Jason Bateman, Will Arnett, Sean Hayes, and they have a mystery guest every week. And it is fun and insightful and fascinating. And I just listened to the one with JJ Abrams, and you just learn so much, and you have a lot of laughs along the way. And it's like 1 hour. So it's like perfect if you're working out or you're like taking a long walk. It's SmartLess. Check it out.
I love that. And then tell us all what you've been reading lately in your spare time with your 5-year-old and your.
Yeah, I am reading, but it's taking me longer to finish the books these days. But currently finishing up Alice Hoffman's latest book. She's my favorite fiction writer. It's called The World That We Knew. It's beautiful. Her writing is just remarkable. But I toggle between nonfiction and fiction. So next up on the nightstand after that is the Bob Iger biography. I think it's called The Last Ride of a Lifetime. So that'll be next.
Got it. And is there anything, and I know this is probably even trickier for you, but as far as, trying to watch a television show or streaming something?
Less watching TV these days than even reading. But I did manage to just make my way through White Lotus. A lot of people watching White Lotus right now. I can't tell you if I liked it. I don't know. It was as fascinating as it was disturbing, which I guess makes for great TV. But it was, I just couldn't turn it off. And so I just plowed through that. And then Ted Lasso. If you're not watching Ted Lasso, you're missing out. It is just wholesome, good TV.
You are the second person that's told me that one. So I loved all your recommendations, and I haven't read Alice Hoffman in a long time, but I have read her before. So I am going to check out her new book. That's
so good.
That's fun.
Well, thank you, Laura.
Yeah, Sarah, it was so good to talk with you. I'm very excited to see, how your business is going to change and how you guys are going to adapt and all the other new cool things that are going to happen with everything online. It's just such a huge category now that's new and developing, and it's big in Detroit, and it's
huge.
Fun. It's football season.
Yep,
So.
Exactly. A lot coming up with football season. So thank you. Great chat.
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Laura. Appreciate your time. For those of you who recognize me, I'm not Ariel. Both of us are just kind of going back and forth today. So I'm back here. I'm going to be overseeing the rest of the event today. So I'm super thrilled to be here. But again, Sarah, Laura, thank you. Also, White Lotus is a very interesting show.
I don't know if I like it.
I mean, I binged it too. So it's either whether you liked it or you didn't like it, it's doing something to keep you on in front of your TV.
Exactly. Thank you.
So we've got our next session coming up here, kicking off at 12:40 p.m. Eastern time. And joining us on our virtual stage, we're going to be bringing Joan Coletta, who's the Senior Director, Global Brand Marketing with McDonald's. And our moderator for today's conversation with Joan will be Susan Edmonds, the Senior Director of Sales with LG Ads. So while we bring both of our speakers to our virtual stage, what we will do is hang tight, not do anything. We're going to just be right here, right now, because we can see Joan's joining us and we can see Susan's joining us. It's all happening. It's all happening. It's different when you're on a virtual stage as opposed to an in-person event, because I can literally look around the room, Susan and Joan, and say like, hey, are you in the room? Boom, you're right there. But with this, there's a little bit of a lag time here, but I'm absolutely pumped to have you both here today. How are you doing?
I'm doing fabulous. Great. How are you, Brian?
I'm doing very, very well. I appreciate you asking. Well, ladies, I would love to turn our virtual stage over to the two of you right now. I'm very excited for this next conversation.
Awesome.
Thanks, Ryan.
Thanks,
And
Ryan.
I have to admit, I found White Lotus both addicting and disturbing too. Did you see it, Susan?
I did. And I actually think her comments were exactly alike. I don't know if I liked it. Walked out with it was entertaining. I'm glad I watched it, and I still have questions.
Yes. Yes, that's exactly how I feel. But it's good to see you on the screen.
I know. It's so great to catch up, Joan. I can't think of a better way to start off this conference being virtual, but you and I are in two completely opposite locations in the world. Do you want to share with our audience where you're at?
Sure. I'm actually in London in the UK offices for McDonald's. I'm actually hijacking my boss's office. So it's challenging to figure out the time zones, but we've started traveling again on a limited basis. So I'm lucky I made it over here.
Oh, that's awesome. Well, I'm right now up in Seattle for work and I'm enjoying it, but typically I reside in San Francisco. And I mean, we made everything work and the time frame was great.
Yeah, I'm really excited to do this. It's an honor, and thanks for the time and commitment you're doing to moderate this as well.
Definitely. So why don't we jump into our discussion? Joan, can you tell me a little bit about your role at McDonald's?
Sure. So as Ryan said, I'm Senior Director, Global Brand Marketing, and I lead our Creative Effectiveness Program globally. I'm not going to lie, to be honest, I think I have one of the best jobs. It's pretty awesome. I get to help steward what I think is the best brand in the world to better connect with people and culture around the world. And I get to work with amazing agency teams and our brand teams globally. Our mission for the Creative Effectiveness Program is basically to inspire world-class modern marketing that builds our brand and business. So it's pretty awesome. And just for a sense of why I'm in the UK, a part of what our program does, it's one part strategic leadership, it's another part capability building, another part best practice sharing, and then a huge part of community building. And so I'm in the UK because tomorrow we're filming our third annual Feel Good Marketing Awards, which are our award ceremony where we recognize the best work from around the world at McDonald's within the McDonald's system. And it's a pretty big deal.
It is.
It's really fun. So we had about 300 submissions. It's a really hot competition. We're awarding the top 12 next week. And it's pretty impressive considering it was a year where marketing was decreased because of COVID. We're celebrating 2020. And it's a huge event. We were able to take it virtually last year because of COVID. It was one of the silver linings, was able to share the event with more people. So we had about 2,000 marketers and agency partners tune in from around the world. And it's a great moment for us to step back and be inspired by each other's work and kind of come together as a community. So can you tell I'm a little excited?
No, I mean, that's one of the key takeaways that I've gotten to know with you is how much you love McDonald's and how inspiring your work has been. And it's been opening windows and ideas to me just as we've been talking. So I love it. And I think that's a positive of COVID, that you're now able to share more with more people versus having to have the people in a specific room to do these awards.
It makes such a difference. I mean, it's like, of course we should have, it's only the third year. The first year was in person, but of course we should have opened it up. But, you just don't think of these things until you're faced with constraints, and then it brings out creativity. But also before we get too far into it, I wanted to ask you, this is week 3, right? In your new job? You just
Definitely.
How's it going?
At LG Ads, it's going great. I feel like my career is coming full circle. I started out in broadcast buying, and now I'm on the new team at LG Ads selling their connected TV device and technology. And it's a full circle with technology and full screen, video coming together, the power of sight, sound, and motion. And so I'm very excited. It's really good. As Sarah said in the conversation earlier, you need to raise your hand and be your own voice. And I found that even when I started in the interview process, that was actually really important to me. And that's how I ended up here. So when I came on board, they said, could you do this? And I said, yes, I would love to be part of it. So thanks. Thank you.
That's awesome. Well, I know how hard it is to onboard a new job. And so the fact that you're taking time out to do this is really commitment. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. It's great. I love it. It's been fabulous. So, we were talking earlier about our careers over the course of the past couple of weeks. And one of the things that really came out to me was that you graduated with a psychology degree. And, now you're here at McDonald's. Like, what inspired you to pursue a career in marketing?
Well, it's pretty easy. I followed my passions. So I've always been incredibly interested in understanding what makes people tick. And so in school, for a little while, I overthought my major and thought about what should I do. And then I finally said, well, what am I most natural at doing? And what is something I absolutely love? And it's psychology. It's understanding people. And so it's just what makes me tick. And so I thought I was going to be a clinical psychologist. And I had the chance to do an internship with a hospital in Chicago, which, by the way, is where I'm based. And it was really an awesome internship. It was understanding how to predict the severity of psychiatric illness in inpatients. And it was pretty intense. And I think it scared me a little bit from being a clinical psychologist because of the intensity. So I thought, well, before I go straight and get my PhD, maybe I'll explore what else I can do with my background and passions. And so I started researching, and I had not really heard of marketing research at the time. And I found out about marketing research and said, well, that sounds like a great way to put my skills to use. And then when I found out you could do marketing research for advertising, and that connected my love of creativity and ideas, I was sold. So I ended up, I'm one of the rare people, I think, who found their dream job from the beginning. Maybe because I was so pointed and I really knew what I wanted and why I wanted it. But my very first job was at Leo Burnett. Actually, if you can believe it, on the McDonald's account. So
see, everything comes full circle.
It does. It comes full circle. I love the brand then. I love it now. My job was very different back then. I did local marketing. I did promotions, but I knew I was in the right job when one of my very first assignments was a white paper on the psychology of promotional games. So if you think about, how I ended up in marketing, it's pretty intuitive. It's about, my entire career is built on empathy, understanding people, what they need, what they hunger for, so brands could better serve them and do it through the power of ideas and creativity. So that's my jam.
Oh, I love it. I think that's fabulous. And it totally, psychology definitely aligns with advertising and marketing. Yeah, it's fabulous. When you came over into your career, I was taking a look at your background. It's very interesting. I see that it's been nonlinear in your career path. I'm just very curious about, how you started out, where you got to, and where you are now, and just how you navigated that all.
Yeah. Well, I'd say the straight line through my career is I've always been a consumer-centric marketer, but you're totally right. I have my career path hasn't really been typical. One person I know said it doesn't fit a primary color. And that's really been intentional, and it's worked for me. And I'll tell you why. I made a conscious choice in my career to cross train and really dive into the different areas of marketing and different areas of the business where I felt like my muscles were a little weaker. Okay. So specifically, I spent a lot of my early days at Leo Burnett, and I got an incredible marketing foundation. But even then, I was jumping in, and I was in insights, then planning, which are very similar, cousins to each other. But I did a stint in account management. I was always raising my hand for kind of more innovative opportunities because I always like to see the other side. And so I made a conscious choice to cross train. So I've had experience on the creative side with both Leo Burnett and Kramer Krasselt, an independent agency, the media side, leading connections planning with Mindshare, and the client side with both Miller and now McDonald's. And it's something I said after I went and made the first jump across the chasm from agency to client. When I went to Miller, I said I'd always want to kind of go back and forth, because I feel like you pick up different skill sets and you get different types of experiences and inspiration on the different sides of the fence. For example, at Miller, the reason I jumped at that job opportunity, even though I stayed at Leo for about 13 years, which was basically a family, not quite long enough to get the watch everyone got at 15 years, but long enough to really feel committed.
Yeah.
But when I left Leo Burnett, it was to go client side. So I could really get involved in problems before advertising even thought of. So really get more upstream in problem solving. And I'm so glad I did, because it just opened my eyes so much to what else goes on in the process of developing marketing. For example, I used to think in my job that when a campaign was sold, so you've developed a campaign, you've sold it to the client, it's done. But what I learned at Miller is my job was just starting as a client, because then my job was to sell it through the system, make sure it stayed pure, it didn't change intent, help make sure, we're being held accountable to results, we're optimizing. And it made me more empathetic to what agency people. So then when I went back to the agency, it's not like just the campaigns of clients go, make sure it's sell through. It's how do you help your clients do their job better? And so anyway, at the end of the day, we're all working together, no matter what side you're on, creating meaningful connections between brands and people. We're just kind of coming at it from different angles, depending on where you sit. And
Definitely.
So, yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I think you bring a big point earlier about basically my rule of thumb is you don't know what you don't know. So learning other disciplines, sitting in, your client's seats, working for them or working with them, and just getting a 360-degree view, which what you do with your career is like so helpful. And I'm sure it's making you a better leader at McDonald's too.
It's, there's that term marketing is a team sport. But I think it's true. It's more true now than ever before. Like you cannot do it without all the different facets coming together. So it makes me a fierce advocate from having an integrated team from the onset, because I've just seen what happens when you have diverse perspectives at the very beginning. You often solve different problems than if you have the typical people who usually kick off a campaign, for example. So anyway, I really believe in integration, and I believe in cross training. So anyway, that's a little bit about how my path, my nonlinear path, makes sense for me.
No, it definitely does. I love it. When you're looking at your career, were there pivotal moments that contributed to your success along the path, whether it was at Miller, going to McDonald's, at Leo Burnett, and can you share some of those?
Sure. I would say the most pivotal moments were the ones where I took the biggest leaps and I was most uncomfortable. I wouldn't say I was always the most successful, but I always grew it's true, but I always grew the most. And there's one in particular that stands head and shoulders above the rest. And it's actually when I went to the media side. So when I went to Mindshare, I thought, first of all, let me tell you why I went there. It was because I felt like it was a muscle that I needed to strengthen with media, as important as it is, and so critical to how we connect now with consumers. I just knew at the time, I think it was about 7 or 8 years ago, that I had to get much deeper in knowledge of and understanding of digital and data and tech to be successful for myself. So I thought I'd go for 2 years. I'd get my master's in media. That was my goal. And I have to be honest, they say it takes 90 days to onboard a new job. It was a year. I didn't understand what anyone was saying for a year, and I'm not joking. It was like learning a foreign language, and it's amazing because at the time, and it's such a close cousin. But I came from the world of feelings and big ideas, and all of a sudden, I've landed now in a place where data and tech are front and center in every conversation. And an example that sticks with me. I was feeling pretty uncomfortable, I'll be honest, just feeling out of my element for really the first time in my career. And we had a leadership conference in Canada, and it was a really cool, actually, if anybody wants to borrow this, I thought it was really good technique. They did during breaks these stream sessions. So they were breakout rooms where there were different topics pertaining to our business or the industry, and you just kind of showed up in the rooms that interest you, and everyone had 30-minute chats about it. And so it was just a really cool way to connect with different people and then just kind of talk about the future. So anyway, long story short, one of them was on, okay, as a media agency, how do we build out our content and creative capability? I'm like, that's mine. I got this. Finally, I can be in a conversation where I know exactly what everyone's talking about. And so I show up in the room, and the moderator kicks off, and they're like, okay, so what can we do to kind of help grow our creative practice and content offering. And the very first suggestion was about data and tech, leveraging our data and tech. And I was like, oh, wow, I had never at the time been in any conversation on creative where data and tech was the first thing and is the answer of how do you get better at creative. That was, again, 7-8 years ago. The world was very different then. I've learned a lot, and as has, I think, the industry, but now I get it, right? It was what they were thinking is that by having the data and tech, we had the insights. We had the insights on how consumers were acting and behaving and how better to connect with them. So if we could just leverage those insights, it makes for incredible content and opportunities to connect. But because the language, right, what the team was saying or what the person was saying was just coming from a different starting place, it made it harder to understand. And I have to say, I am so grateful to everyone at Mindshare for being patient with me and teaching me. I raised my hand all the time and said, I don't know what you're saying. And they took the time. I had a lot of friends and a lot of help, but I'm really glad I stuck it out because I ended up staying not just 2 years, but 5 years, because because we took the time to figure out what the different disciplines could do together, I think we built out a really, really compelling culture where we brought creativity and media moments together to really connect with consumers in a way that really became a competitive advantage. And this team continues today, and they're awesome. And it's one of my prouder moments is helping to be part of that change. So anyway, long story short, back to your question, it's when I've made the biggest leaps and I have been the most uncomfortable.
I think being uncomfortable is a good thing. Sometimes people get too sedentary in their career and stay very linear and don't try new jobs or try new skill sets, but they need to. I'm always about I love being uncomfortable.
Didn't you even say you're taking and it doesn't make you uncomfortable, but talking about growth, aren't you taking on top of getting a new job? Aren't you taking a class right now?
Yeah, it is. That's one of the things that I really looked at in my skill set, or as I call like our pencil boxes, what are the tools that we need in our careers? And so one of the things I have in common with you is I'm taking a class through Kellogg at Northwestern on marketing, advanced marketing principles and leadership skills. And it's been a great insight just to get fundamentals from a client side of like what marketing on automation on your side looks like to bring the data and technology to clients, and how do you keep the customer journey going? And it's very insightful, and I'm learning so much. And I highly recommend anyone, whether it's through masterclass or even to a college class, to learn skills that you don't know to well-round your portfolio.
I totally agree. I think it's critical, and just it makes life interesting.
Definitely. I mean, I know that you and I've been speaking a lot, and through our careers, we've had some great mentors. Yeah. When you look at your career, who has had the most impact on your journey? Did you have a professional mentor? And, can you talk a little bit about that? If you're comfortable sharing.
No, of course. I mean, it's really important because honestly, I think my career has been powered by amazing mentors. I think it's been absolutely positively critical to my success. I was pretty fortunate at the very beginning. My first boss was I consider one of the very greats in the industry, a woman named Denise Fedewa. She ended up becoming, after my boss, she became a lifelong friend and mentor. But she really set the tone of someone who's just always there, will tell it like it is. She always kept it very real, inspired me, really a role model. And so I had that as a starting place. And then every single chapter of my career, I think I naturally just built relationships, but made a conscious effort to maintain them because I really treasure those relationships and keep them close, women and men, by the way. I have male mentors as well. Another one of my mentors is someone I actually had the pleasure of working with 3 times in my career, a woman named Jackie Woodward, who some people may know. She's amazing. But she has recently brought a collection of the women. There are a number of us she's mentored throughout her career. And she's brought us together as a group so that we can be inspired by each other, support each other, and it's kind of among the same generation that we are, kind of a women supporting women group. But anyway, last time she brought us together, she shared something that I thought was really cool. It was a concept called building your own personal board of directors.
Okay.
And so it's a group of individuals that you assemble in your mind for the purposes of navigating your career. So it's a much more structured, much more strategic approach to what I think I've done or I've been doing naturally, and what people do when they're networking. But it's a concept I think is really helpful because it's really intentional. And so some of the tips she gave is find interesting people who've been in your shoes or similar shoes. Another one is make sure you get people who tell it like it is. You don't want people who are just going to agree with you, but you want people who are really going to push back and challenge you. And then the big thing is really think strategically, like map out what do you need, and then where are your gaps, and then pursue fill the positions on your board based on what your gaps are. And I think it's just a really interesting concept, one I wish I knew sooner. And I think it's really helpful for everybody, but especially women, as connecting is one of our superpowers.
Yeah, I think that's great advice. And I think you can definitely use it as women or even men too, when they're looking at where you want to be. So look at that job you want maybe 5 or 10 years down the road, see what the job description is, see what skill sets required, so you can see what gaps you may or may not have, or you need to enhance. And I think that's a brilliant idea to make sure that you're well-rounded. That advice
for
is
sure.
fantastic.
I love that idea of thinking, 5, 10 years and aim high,
Yeah.
and just be bold and go for it. I totally agree. I heard Sarah mentioned that too, and I totally agree with that.
Yeah, fabulous. Yeah.
And fabulous too is a good addition. Yes, I agree. The other thing about the board of directors I don't want to forget to mention that we talked about is it was eye-opening to think about who you are on, whose board of directors you sit on. And there's some people that, it's obvious because you directly, they're a mentor.
Yeah.
And you're definitely on their board, but there's probably a lot of people that we influence that we don't realize, that if we stop and think, I think just, you may not hear it for years later, but I think the most rewarding thing to me is, when I get those emails or texts or calls and say, hey, you know what, remember when you did this? It really helped. And I just wanted to say thank you. Like, I will save those texts. I will save those voicemails forever, because to me, I love the work, but that's the most meaningful part of the job for me anyway.
It is. And also when you don't realize you're indirectly influencing or helping someone, and they come back a couple years later and they text you that, I think it's just so meaningful because it's so impactful, because you weren't intentionally trying to do something, but you were helping these people out along the way as a mentor indirectly. And I think it's just, really crucial just to always thank people, even if it's a year or two later, to say, hey, you helped me, and this is what the results of it. Thank you so much. Oh, we have a question coming in. What is the single most important lesson you learned from early mentor that you think about all the time? And we love Joan. From David.
From David Edelman.
Dave Edwards.
Oh, Dave Edwards, another friend. Okay. So I'm sorry, I was so distracted by the name. What was the question?
What is the single most important lesson you've learned from an early mentor that you think about all the time?
Oh my God. All right. An early mentor, think about all the time. Well, so I was going to talk about it later, but two things. I think Denise, I'm going to mention Denise again. And if anyone on the phone knows her, they know why I keep bringing her up, because she's pretty special. But one of the things she told me early on is take care of yourself. And I remember, this is so ridiculous, but I'm kind of an A student. I like to achieve. And early on, we had this big project, and I had been invited to go for the evening to go to a talk to hear Bill Clinton speak. And it's a pretty big deal at the time. I think he was president at the time, to go hear him speak. And I didn't even mention it to her because I knew how important the project was, and I was just going to work through it and pass up the opportunity. And then she mentioned something like, did you have plans? And I casually said, yeah, but it's no big deal. I had blah, blah, blah. And she's like, get out of here right now. We will cover this. And I think, I needed to hear that. And it's something I try to do with my teams and the people I work with. Like, we all have each other's backs, right? For things that are important, lean on each other. We're a team. We spend so much of our waking hours together. So anyway, Dave, long story short, I think it was to be human, to lean on other people, to lean on the team, and to be there as someone for others to lean on to.
Awesome. I love it. I think that's brilliant advice. From being in female, being in marketing, we've been in our careers for quite some time. Like, what kind of advice can you give the next generation of women who might be starting their careers out, or even maybe early entry or even mid-level? And what kind of challenge, what kind of advice can you give them as they're coming into the advertising and marketing space?
And I think these might be repetitive with what Sarah said, but maybe that's good for consistency. But I already talked about taking the leaps. And I would say from a women's standpoint, the extra angle I'd put on is and the data shows that I think women will, and I know I maybe to speak from experience, will think, well, I don't know if I'm ready for that job. I haven't done this, or this, and they'd be better off that they had someone, a candidate with these skill sets. Whereas men are more likely to say, you know what, I'm going to learn on the job. And I would just say, I wish earlier in my career, I would have just been willing to jump in and be willing to learn on the job, as opposed to really feeling like I've mastered it before I get the job. So that's it. Aim high and really be bold and push yourself, because that's the change we need. We have to seek if we're going to have more women in leadership roles. So that's one, take the leaps. I'd say take the mic. And just no one, if anyone, for the people who know me on this call, no one will believe that early in my career, I didn't speak up, because I'm very vocal now. But it's true. I was reluctant to speak up in the first few years of my career. And I love now when I don't love it. I love having the moment when I have someone who I work with, or even just work alongside, and we're in a meeting and they whisper something to me. Because I always say the same thing, don't tell me, tell them. And so it's take the mic, really, no one's going to remember that, hopefully, the dumb things you say. I'm saying that now as I'm on this video call, but they will remember the smart things you say. And so just speak up. And I think the next generation's better than that. We were a little more hierarchical back in the dark ages in my day. I already talked about taking care of yourself. So really important, and something I have to be reminded of. In one point, just as a quick aside, because I think it's important for people to hear, in one point in my career, I was facing a pretty serious medical issue, and I was dumb enough to I knew I needed to take a medical leave, but I kept postponing it because, I'm just so important. And I hope everyone knows I'm being super sarcastic, but that's how you feel, right? I can't let everyone down. There's so much going on. Now is not a good time. And thank goodness my boss was looking out for me, because I wasn't looking out for me. And you know what? I did take the medical leave. The world didn't end, and the teams was fantastic without me. And we're all, hate to say it, but we're all disposable, but our bodies aren't disposable. And I think, especially during COVID, it has been a killer year. It has been so hard emotionally. It has been so draining. And one of the things on our team we talk about is, I try to say, the happy, healthy plan now, because we had some breaking points during COVID. And we say, okay, it's not just can we get it done, because we can get anything done. It's can we get it done and stay happy and healthy. And so we try to reinforce that, because it's easy just to kind of go. So anyway, I saw, by the way, I don't know if you saw it on LinkedIn, there's a pretty cool thing that's going on around right now from Google, called the Google Wellness Manifesto. And it's pretty cool. It's kind of it's okay to, and then it ends with, it's okay to not be okay. And so just a reminder, all of us.
I had very similar, I had some similar health things a couple of years ago too. And even Sarah mentioned it with COVID, that you really need to be focusing on yourself and your health, because everyone is either getting burnout, and we only have one body. We only have this time. And at the end of the day, I hate to say this, we're not brain surgeons. We're not saving the world, so, but regardless if you're a brain surgeon or in marketing, like, you need to make sure you're happy and healthy, because if you're not, you can't have the best output for yourself or any job.
Or any job, but especially marketing. It's a creative business, and creativity only can flourish when there's room for it too. So yeah, I totally agree. And something I have to keep reminding myself. So now, so do as I say, not as I do all the time, but
no, definitely understand that. So we have a question from, I think it's Nylish. From a consumer behavior perspective, has there ever been some common aspects which will stay true in the new digital space? What is the one change in customer behavior which is impacting the customer journey in recent times? I mean, I think you had talked about this with COVID in our last discussion.
Well, so the first part of the question was about what's going to stay true. I don't make sure.
Like from a consumer behavior perspective, has there been some common aspects which still stay true in this new digital space?
Okay, I'll
Like-
take that one first, and then the second
Yeah.
part. Okay, well, so I think, human behavior is one of those things that it takes, evolution is not quick to change, and so basic human needs and wants, I mean, are in human values and what excites us and what scares us, I think are pretty evergreen. I think what's exciting about the digital space is just we have more opportunities to connect with people in more ways and do it in more real time and in a more personal way than ever before. And so I would say people have the same motivations. It's just in digital, we have what's so exciting about being in marketing is we just have such opportunity to connect in better and more interesting ways. I do think we're in a war for attention. I mean, we are over one of the things. There was a great book I read, I think it was 20 years ago, and it was by a woman named Melinda Davis, and it was called The New Culture of Desire. And in it, she predicted that the most valuable resource was going to be peace of mind. And at the time, it made sense, but we weren't in that space where we were all so overwhelmed. And she's right. Like our brains are physically not wired to be able to process all of the stimulation that is coming at us. And that certainly pertains to ads, and it certainly pertains to brands. And so I think more than ever before, and this is something we are working really, I mean, we put front and center at McDonald's, is we have to earn people's attention every single day in marketing. It's about getting invited into their lives, not buying our way into their lives. And so if you think about the customer journey, to bring it back to the second part of the question, I would say I call it the pre-consideration stage of the journey, right? Getting into people's mindsets is more important than ever. And it's not just about, it's really about flipping the script and starting with what people care about, and then how your brand brings value and meaning to their lives. And then of course, we have so much more capability kind of through consideration to the purchase side of the funnel to be much more personalized and give people the information they want at the right time, because people just have higher expectations. If they're going to be giving us their data, we better be doing good with it.
Well, I think with the way technologies come in the marketplace, with data, giving data to the big behemoths, and also social media, like they have such a one-to-one now interaction with brands that they didn't have 7 or 8 years ago. It's almost like these brands are already invited into the house. Like you mentioned earlier, you have to be invited, and consumers are inviting them into the house. So, from a woman's perspective, and, being in marketing, have you ever had to face challenges in your career? And if so, how did you overcome them being a woman? And I hate to always focus on that, but with the panel we're talking about today, and we mentioned earlier about your career and raising the ranks, have you seen challenges as a woman?
Well, there are so very many ways I could answer this, but first of all, I just want to say that while I am all woman, and I never pretended to be anything but we're pink.
We're not bashing men here.
Yeah. No. But I have to say, I never really wanted to stand out for being a woman in business. I just wanted to be great. I didn't want to be a great woman. So it wasn't really until I took on more leadership positions that I realized you become a role model as a woman in business, whether you want to or not. It's not a choice. People start to look at you and look up to you and look at what you're doing. And it's really timely, your question, because I was at breakfast this morning. I'm staying at a very nice hotel, and there's a lot of advertising people around, a creative industry. And there was a conversation. It was pretty cool because it was a networking conversation between two women that clearly they work for the same company, but don't really know each other that well. So it was doing, what women do, which is hearing about each other and giving each other advice. But something caught my ear and I couldn't help it. I eardropped, but I did tell you, I'm endlessly fascinated about people, so I couldn't help it.
Well,
so they're about that's psychology. Is this right? It's psychology. Yes. But it was interesting because the woman was mid-career and she was talking about maternity leave. And so again, I'm in the UK, so maternity leaves are longer here. And so that's important context, because she said, well, we get a year, but the problem is the senior woman in their company just took 3 weeks, and that's all she took. And so now it set this unsaid precedent. And so now this woman is struggling with how much maternity leave can she really take and it not look bad, which is crazy. And I bet that leader has absolutely no idea that her action sent this ripple effect through the organization now. But that's why I just think we just have to keep in mind our roles, and that what we do really helps set the tone and lead the way for the next generation. And I really try. I mean, I try really hard to support other women. One of my favorite quotes, it's kind of cheesy, but I love it. It's be the kind of woman who fixes another woman's crown without telling others it was broken. And I have had that, men and women who have fixed my crown, didn't tell other people it's broken. Again, I owe a lot of my career to that, but I try to do that for others as well, because I think that's how we get better.
Okay, great. I love that. We have one question coming in from Whitney that I actually think is very synergistic with what we were just talking about. She was saying, when applying for jobs, where you've experienced gaps, I'm assuming gaps in the career span, how do you influence or persuade employers to take the risk on you over people who may have a better fit in the job requirements? Or maybe it's gaps in skills.
Yeah, no, I get it. It's a really good question. I don't know if there's one answer, but I can give you some examples of things. So I think, first of all, you have to make your gaps and desire to fill them clear. So that's one thing, is be vocal about it. And it's not always getting a job, right? It might be. I'll tell you a story about a woman who, I don't know what to call her, because she worked for me twice at two different jobs. She's a mentee. She's now one of my mentors. She's one of my closest friends, but she's also just amazing. And I'll never forget the day she was in PR and I was in planning. I was heading up a planning department, and she showed up knocking on my doors at the time. And she said, "Hi, I'm Louisa. I think I'm a planner." And I thought, oh, okay, well, all right, let's talk about this. Why do you think that? And she told me all the reasons why. She learned about what we do. She sees what we do. This is what she's about. And I thought, we didn't have an opening, but I thought, well, that's interesting and good for her, right? And then it's interesting. She was so passionate about it, and we could always use help. I created something made up, because you can. I called it the Planning PR Liaison. And so I unofficially suggested a role for her to kind of test drive planning. She was awesome. She was a natural planner. When we had an opening, she got the job. But I would just say you have to, and I know you feel this way, Susan, too. You have to advocate for your own career, because nobody's going to do it for you.
100%. And
it doesn't always have to be a formal job. Sometimes you can get experience, just be crafty, try to be scrappy and get the experience other ways. Maybe it's through external, volunteering. Maybe it's through, as you're doing, taking a class. But what you're doing, though, just based on the way you're asking the question, is absolutely the right thing to do. You've recognized something you need, you're going after it. And at a certain point, that's really what you can do, is just put what's in your control in your control.
Definitely. So I think we only have a couple minutes left, and I'm dying to know, is there a secret menu at McDonald's? And if so, what's your favorite thing to order off of it?
Okay, well, first of all, my favorite thing to order at McDonald's is fries, hands down, top 5 food of all foods in my life.
Yeah.
And that's always been true. But I wouldn't say it's the secret menu, but it's something that I love about McDonald's is, and I'm thinking about it especially now as I'm traveling again, but no matter where you go in McDonald's, we have certain menu items, our core menu that's iconic and the same everywhere. And that's part of what makes people love McDonald's, love the McDonald's brand as much as they do. But we're also highly local. And so that's, we have a very strong connection to the local communities that we serve. And so in every McDonald's around the world, you'll find local menu items that you can't get anywhere else. So there's a rice burger called Gohan Burger in Japan, or yesterday I had a Cadbury milk chocolate McFlurry. So I would just say, when you're traveling, don't pass up McDonald's, because there's always something great to try. And I see we are at time, because Ryan is back.
Hi, Ryan.
Now I'm hungry. This sounds incredible.
Well, I was just going to say, I will comment on try McDonald's in local areas when you're traveling. I was at a McDonald's in Krakow, Poland, and I had a very unique breakfast sandwich that was delicious that you said is actually Sweetie's breakfast sandwich that she brought over and you're promoting in America. It's the hash browns in the breakfast sandwich.
Yeah, Sweetie's encouraging a good mix up right now in the US of taking potatoes and using them in different ways. So I haven't been to Poland though, so I've never tried that. Sounds great.
And it sounds like I need to get to Poland to try that as well. Susan and Joan, thank you so much for being here. Definitely going to make sure I can hit a McDonald's this weekend. I'm a big fan of your chicken nuggets and your buffalo dipping sauce. Just going to put that out there into the world. But thank you both for this amazing conversation. There was a lot of really, really amazing points. And if anybody has any other questions, please connect with Susan and Joan. Would love to, just encourage everyone to also use that chat window, use that Q&A box, because we are here with all of our speakers. So thank you, ladies.
Great. Thank you. It was an honor. Super fun. Thanks. Bye.
Bye.
For our next session, we actually are going to be jumping into one of our conversations we had at another event. We have Kimberly Doberiner, who's the VP of Future Advertising and Content and Brand Communication with Procter & Gamble. And our moderator is Kristen Mason, SVP of US Sales with Studio 71. We had a conversation we want to share with everyone. We will be back. We will be live after this particular session, but please take a look, use that chat window. Let's talk about this conversation and let's listen in.
Yes, please. Hi, everybody. Thanks so much for having us. Hope everyone is enjoying this shorter 4th of July week. I know I'm coming off vacation last week, so I'm pretty thankful it's already Thursday. As Ryan just said, we really appreciate you guys joining us for this session of Women in Brand Marketing. For those of you who don't know me, I thought I'd start with a little background on myself and Studio 71. So I'm actually the SVP of US Sales. And today, as he mentioned, I have the pleasure of chatting with Kimberly Doberiner. I did get the pronunciation, I think. The Group VP, Future of Advertising, Content, and Brand Communications at P&G. She was also recently promoted, which we'll get into, to also lead Head of Content Innovation, which I think everyone can imagine in this day and age is not an easy task with so many platforms and content out there in the ad space. Before we dive into Kimberly and her background, I thought I would kick things off because not everyone is familiar with Studio 71 to give a little glimpse into us as a global media company. We really focus on producing and distributing premium, brand safe content across all video platforms. So we have a content division and they produce thousands of original videos for our owned and operated channels, podcasts, and apps, and also publish about 1,800 partner creator channels globally that generate about 13 billion monthly views across YouTube, connected TVs, and various social media platforms. As a sales team, my team's job is to connect advertisers like P&G with top digital creators for targeted media campaigns, custom branded content, and podcasts. And we're really lucky because we have a really engaged audience, and we're actually the #1 partner for YouTube in terms of minutes viewed. And the content that our talent produces makes up about 10% of online video watched in the US. And I always like to say, while we might not be a household name, our content really is. We're representing some of the biggest digital channels and social stars, from the Soul Publishing, 5 Minute Crafts, and 1, 2, 3, Go, to Tyler Oakley, Naomi Campbell, VAT19, Body2, Fish Fam, et cetera, whether they're posting across YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, Snap, scaling on OTT, or producing great podcasts, we're the engine behind that content and those talent partnerships. So we are lucky enough to actually partner with P&G in both the US and Canada from a media perspective. And I thought I'd kick it over to Kimberly, my fellow Ohioan, as we discovered. And we'd love to get a little background on you and your career to start things off.
Thank you, Kristen. So it is so lovely to be here with all of you. I was listening to the woman before who was a ex-P&Ger as well. And it was fun to hear about how long you stay with the company. So I am one of those that have been with P&G for 31 years. So I am one of those lifers at P&G at this point. I started in brand management. I was there for 8 years before I moved into an expert role focused on brand strategy and communication. And I've spent the next 23 years working across P&G in almost every one of our brands, working with their agencies to make the best possible communication, whether it was Global Gillette, Global Pantene, or currently Tide, Bounty, and Charmin. I have a ton of fun working with these brands and helping these brands to grow. And then more recently, in the last 3 or 4 years, heading up the future of advertising for P&G and what that looks like, and how we actually delight consumers more as opposed to annoy consumers with advertising. So that's been my focus, which has led into the world of new ways of thinking about content and storytelling.
Yeah, easy task you got going there. I thought it might be interesting to talk a little bit about that, your particular role at P&G, and also like as a woman in brand marketing, from a progression standpoint. Obviously, you've been there a long time, but like, how did you actually choose marketing as your field? And then also, I mean, I know it's a huge one, but what drew you to P&G?
Yeah, I actually was a marketing major at Miami University of Ohio. I always wanted to be in marketing. I was one of those weird people that I kind of knew what I wanted to do. And I loved it. I loved the experience I had there at Miami, and I worked with P&G directly. They were one of the clients in one of our class projects. And I got to know a gentleman named Richardson McKinney, who ended up becoming a mentor of mine and pulled me into P&G and ended up interviewing there. So it really was from my experience at Miami. And I love building brands and how they speak and how they talk and connecting with them with consumers. I've always loved it. So it started way back then. And then when I joined P&G, I came into healthcare. And that's where I started. My first 8 years was working across the brands in healthcare, like Crest and Metamucil and Vicks 44.
Well, I love Vicks, and you're also completely opposite of me. I was a finance major, had no idea I would go into advertising. I love math, and now I use it in Excel, but that's about it.
You know what's fun? I'm a math minor because I love problem solving.
Oh,
and
me
there's a mentality of problem solving that comes with math that I really appreciate.
Funny. I feel like I'm just starting to get into like math with my 6-year-old son, and I'm like, this is it. It's like I can't wait for word problems again. That's so funny.
But I'll say, you asked me, and I didn't answer the second part of your question. I just realized is what drew me to P&G, and I'm an Ohio, born and raised person, and lived very rurally. So Cincinnati was the big city, and P&G was the epitome of the best marketing company. And so that was what drew me, the reputation and what P&G was doing. So that was how I got to P&G, and obviously I've then stayed.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, I as I said, a fellow Ohioan, I totally hear you, but like, I mean, it obviously speaks volumes to me, right? Like in this day and age, I feel like people are not so much loyalists to companies, and it's pretty incredible, right? Like that speaks volumes about the culture of the company, and then obviously your passion for the brands. But I think it's really interesting that and amazing that you've been there for.
I will speak to that on why have I been here this long? Like it was like, is it? And I will tell you, it's because I am challenged still today. Like I'm learning today, I'm challenged today. I'm able to lean in on projects and things that I'm passionate about that I believe can help the company. And being able to have that opportunity and give that chance within a company like P&G with brands that P&G has, honestly, I see it as a gift. So I've never felt like I have stopped, that I have not been challenged or, able to like say, what's next? What do I do next? So yeah. I feel very blessed from that standpoint.
Honestly, you should be too, because I feel like not a lot of companies give you that growth. Even the women who were speaking in the last panel, I think they were ending on just about the fact that you want to be able to grow within a company and jump around to different, areas of the world, if that opens up for you, or also just different types of, fields within a given company, and the fact that they offer that's pretty awesome. Right. I thought, since I just mentioned my 6-year-old, I know we were talking a little bit just about like, being a mom and as a woman, obviously, this being women in brand marketing, like how has being a mom or a woman really influenced how, you do your job on a day-to-day?
Yeah, the first thing that I think everyone goes through, especially when they become a mom, is it prioritizes your life really quick. Mm-hmm. Like your ability to focus and get done what you need to get done so that you can get home, it just rearranges your priorities in a way that is becomes much sharper. It doesn't mean it's easy, and it doesn't mean it's easy to stick to, because it's a constant battle, but it really does align your priorities. And again, I have an amazing, talented husband who chose to stay at home with our kids, which has been, again, a blessing for our family. But it also meant, at least in my household, is there are no gender roles. Like, I am the primary wage earner. He was, the PTO president. I actually am the one that coached basketball for my daughter and baseball for my son. And he's actually a very talented singer and theater director on the art side. So that the way that I see coming to a mom at work does have to do with what's the support system you have around you. Yeah. Whether it's your husband or whether it's the people you need to bring in to help you. Like, I do think we need help. Like, being a full-time working mom, you need help coming from somewhere. And I think recognizing and being okay to accept and get help is actually incredibly important.
Yeah, I completely agree. It's so necessary, and there's a million things going on in our head at any one given moment, right? So whether it's work related, I feel like I barely sleep. I think I use some of those sequels, but it's funny, right? Because like you need that to quiet all the things that are going on, but you definitely need that support, and it is so different in terms of the balance in a household, I think, now as it was 50 years ago. So it's pretty awesome.
That's such a great point. We just had some of our home care brands just came out with, how to change the chore gap, right? And I think, I know I'm off on a tangent, but that chore gap and changing that chore gap is like critical. Like, anybody can help. I remember one of the first jobs I gave my son was to refill the toilet paper. Like, no one likes refilling the toilet paper roll, right? It's always out. One of the first things that my little 2-year-old could do was refill the toilet paper. And it became, so anyway, but the chore gap is really important. And I think for women that are working, finding that balance, that support, those systems, in, again, whatever way it looks like for you, I just couldn't say enough about that.
I'm taking that as my biggest takeaway. I'm going to start making my son change the toilet paper. And it's so true, because this is actually embarrassing to say this out loud, but it was just my 12th wedding anniversary, and I bought my husband, who I call like the ironing king, a steamer. That was my very romantic 12-year anniversary gift for him. So it's all about like, what can they do to help, and how can you balance that. But I was going to actually ask, have you ever felt or like you struggled or felt conflicted about that balance between your career and personal life, or with your husband being so supportive and able to help with home? Is it not?
Yes. No, yes. Like it, because I'm still mom, right? We're never not mom, no matter how much support we have. And, I took a early survey in my P&G days, and what came back on what drove me has stuck with me. And it was two things. It was balance and challenge. And that kind of defines me as a person. I love my work. I love my job. I love what I do at work, and I love my family, and I love being at home, and finding the balance between those is a constant struggle. And honestly, as my children have gotten older, it changes how that balance is found and what that balance looks like. And then challenge, like the fact that at work I can be challenged every single day on what's coming next and not ever feel stagnant is like such an amazing opportunity. But I will say, one of my cheats is I look for twofers, like two things that you get out of. Mm-hmm. So for my children, like they were in sports or in theater. So one of the reasons I was a coach was because it then gave me an opportunity to be with my kids, have something fun, support my community in a way of volunteering. So it was just this added benefit of getting more than one thing. So instead of just sitting back and watching, I could actually be a part of the whole process and enjoy that. So I look for twofers all the time. Like, how do I combine things that I really want to do into something that becomes better?
I love that. I love that. My son's just getting into it. So maybe I'll take your advice. Although I think I might have to compete with my husband about who gets to be the coach. And I'm definitely not the hockey coach, because I cannot skate for the life of me.
Well, what's interesting about that too is when you're the coach, you have to be there, right? So back to that priority thing.
Yeah.
it's things that create the fact that you have to go. It's not optional. It's not, oh, maybe I don't see this game. It's like you have to go.
Yeah.
And I do think that women actually who don't have kids, like I think sometimes they feel like, wait, I don't get the excuse. And that's not right either, right? They should have every opportunity to do what they need to do and what's part of their life and what fulfills them, without necessarily having kids, the reason they've got to go do it. So that's one of the things I actually, when I'm talking to some of the women in the workforce that don't have children, you know, that not having that, you know, no, I got to go do it because of my kids, like, can't be the only reason why women can have a balanced life.
I agree. And I think it really, like, it's actually interesting because I think it has to come from the top down, right? Because to me, it was at my husband's company, but the best piece of advice I ever got was with open calendars. And now even more so, because, you know, everybody's remote or you know, semi-remote. But what I think is so interesting is like putting in things, whether it's like, I need to leave early, or I'm leaving at 3 p.m. today to make, you know, my daughter's travel soccer game in, you know, XYZ, so that it gives you that balance, because you need it, right? Otherwise you're missing out on big important things in their life or your own life too. So,
right.
You know, there's always time. And I think also with the culture of phones and communication, we're able to have that constant balance if we need it.
Yeah, I was just listening to a podcast, and, you know, one of the things it talked about was money is not your greatest resource, time is, right? How you choose to spend your time, where you choose to put your time, and making the conscious effort of how you spend your time, I think can be incredibly freeing and healthy.
I love that. That's a great piece of advice. I did want to ask too, just like in terms of bigger challenges in your role and your career, since it is such a robust title, which means you're probably, you know, running and managing a lot of teams and people. Do you have any like bigger challenges or things that you wanted to talk about in your career?
Yeah, I think, you know, the first challenge was when I actually stepped out of line management. You know, at P&G, being on the marketing brand side of things, you know, I'm under Mark Pritchard. I report to Mark Pritchard and his organization. So being outside of now the traditional brand marketing line was a big deal. It was a big step, and making that choice was actually one of those important life decisions, because this job, I love this job. It's what I'm good at. And it's focused on advertising and communication and working with our agencies and, you know, like on the future of advertising. You know, when Mark called and said, hey, I'd like you to lead this, like, talk about a challenge. Like, it was like, it was uncharted. We weren't sure what we were going to do, wasn't sure on the path, you know, but he was great, because Mark's point was, in that case, he's like, focus on the consumer problem we're solving, and then tell me what you need to do to solve it. It wasn't like, by this date, by this time, it was, you know, help figure this out. And so that was probably the biggest challenge I ever had in my career, was saying yes to Mark on leading future of advertising. And for the last 4 years, I've put together a really passionate team of people who also want to help figure out what we need to be doing as a company and how we can better serve consumers, so that the experience is something they want to watch. That's, you know, information, communication, stories they want to watch and lean into, and improving that advertising experience. So that was probably the single biggest thing, because it was, you know, uncharted, not clear, and kind of like, how do you do it? And the best way to do that is start to pull people in that you believe in and trust in, that don't think like you. Yeah. And start creating what could that look like, and what might that look like. And then the same thing has now happened with innovating on content and how we tell stories. It was like P&G 80 years ago, like, launched the soap operas on radio, right? And we're a part of that. We've been in film and in the entertainment industry for a while, but we're now getting back to it to say, okay, what does that look like now? And what's the business model for that look like? And how do we show up, especially when our brands have stories that they want to talk about that are beyond just the superior functioning of the product, but what the brand wants to stand for.
Yeah, as I said earlier, that's an easy role. You've got an easy. I can't imagine. It's amazing.
It's a lot of fun though.
Yeah, no, I honestly, I mean, and the cool thing about it, right, is like so many of your products are so universal. I was actually yesterday, I was like, just for fun, I'm going to go around and see like what P&G products I have. And I was like, I've always been a Tide girl. I only buy Charmin and Bounty, Downy, Febreze. I was like, I'm a Tampax, Crest. I mentioned before, my mom has me hooked on those Vicks sticks. And like Swiffer, I mean, literally, like I couldn't live without Swiffer with my 6-year-old. But you know, I was thinking like I'm an advertisement for this panel, and you should just like follow me around. But I would be really curious to hear like what are some of your favorite brands, or maybe even your most purchased.
Yeah, you mentioned one of them. I mean, I've been working with Tide for 6 years now. I love the Tide brand. It is such a fabulous product. It's an amazing brand. The partnership we have right now with our agency at Woven and MMK and what we're creating. So that's as a marketer, but as a human doing it. My husband actually does most of our laundry, so he's the stain man. He knows how to get out every stain much better than I do. So I test half the things with him. But I love Tide as a product. I love Tide as a brand. I also, I think Tampax Pearl and Always Infinity are like life-changing products for women. Like it makes a massive, massive difference. I am a Charmin Blue person, and my Bounty Select-A-Size, so I can just use like this much because I use it all the time.
Me too.
And then recently, things like SK2, I've been using Olay since I was, 20, and, SK2 is an amazing product. So I honestly, I'm a little bit like you. I feel like we better stop because I could go on and on. I'm a P&G household because I believe in the products and the brands that we have, and I think they work really, really well.
Yeah, I totally agree. Also, side note, I mean, your husband probably uses it, or maybe you do for your daughter. I think you said she plays soccer, but I'm telling you that the Tide Sport is life-changing. My husband runs and I don't know how, it's always like soaking wet, and I'm like, it gets the smell out, no problem. It's the best.
Well, and Tide Hygienic Clean is the one we just came out with, which is is even a deeper clean. So anyway.
Okay, I'm gonna check it out because I'm not gonna lie, I like stock up on the sport. So
sport's great. It works.
So funny. So obviously P&G products we know we love, but like how would you say you're more influenced, like just like personally as a consumer? Are there like what affects your purchase decisions outside of maybe CPG specifically, but like any type of purchase decisions? Are there certain things that really influence you?
So I feel like because I am, P&G hardcore, like insights are what influence me as a consumer. When a brand like gets me, and understands what I need. I'm planning on a hike in the end of this month to the top of a mountain to sleep over in Tennessee. And it's going to be a little rigorous, and I needed to figure out how do I get some of the right gear. So the store I actually went to was REI. Now, I'd never been to REI, right? But I knew of REI. I knew what they like. I've been getting messages from them for I don't know how many years. None of it worked until I had a need. But when I had a need, like I knew who to go to. And then the experience in the store was amazing. Like this, fitting the right backpack and trying it on and having the way, like, so it just made me recognize that it's not always the thing that happens day in and day out. Sometimes it's that equity that's been built.
That's
and
true.
Clearly that's what REI did for me. So that's just an example where I feel like when brands really understand what problem they're solving and can share and talk with I think as people, we just respond to that.
Yeah. No, well, I think that it's also like that, the timeliness of when, those ads are served to you and how it's applicable to what's going on in your life at that moment too, for sure.
That's right. Absolutely. Recency
Yeah.
helps.
It's true. I mean, I could get a million emails from something that I bought 3 years ago, and then it's like, oops, wait, I do need it again, that kind of thing. So sometimes it is just staying in front of them as well. Would you say that like directs your decisions and your role? Do you tend to take a certain approach when you're thinking about brands? Like, is it important about like that timeliness? Is that what you guys go for? Or like point of sale? Is that important to you, or is it more generally, since it's so broad?
Yeah, I think, if we think about how P&G markets broadly, point of sale is critically important. Recency is very important. Having the equity in the minds of the consumer. We believe in advertising. We believe advertising works. And honestly, the way that social and influencers and word of mouth is also really powerful. So there's never a one size fits all for a brand. All of these tools are just the right tools at the right time, depending on what you're trying to say. as I look at the future of advertising and say, what are we focused on? We've actually gotten into something actually that's pretty simple. We believe the future is all around being useful and being interesting. And if you can figure out as a brand how to be more useful or be more interesting, you'll win. And so that's, if I really look at what's affecting, how do we reach consumers new, it would be coming through that lens.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, people are consuming content at a rate so fast, and it's also so fragmented, right? Platform preferences, and then your products are super universal. I was trying to think, I was saying this to someone actually the other day. We were talking about P&G internally, and it was just like, it's like a college kid needing to clean their dorm room. It doesn't matter. There's parents and or kids doing laundry, or, young parents buying diapers, men and women shaving, a woman's first period. And then like my grandpa, he still buys toilet paper, right? Like, so it's like, it's so applicable, it's so universal, and you do need to reach people in different ways. So it's kind of hard. And I was thinking just about like, are there anything out of the box that you guys are doing, or really more importantly, like, how do you measure success when you are so universal?
Yeah, I mean, I'll give two examples on the be more useful. We've actually gone back to some more educational advertising, how to use the products, microban and the importance of hygiene that everyone has right now. We found that going back to say, this is it. This is how you use it. This is how you spread, like very, almost blocking and tackling of how to use the product has been, really, because consumers feel like they're being given information as opposed to being sold to. So that's like going like, you could say that's going 50 years back, right? But it's what people need right now. On the other side of being interesting, I look at Charmin as toilet paper, and, they CES a year ago when they came out with the Rollbot, that was a robot that can bring you your toilet paper roll, speaking of refilling, or that we just did a Charmin BRB bot, like Be Right Back bot, where we created this, on a Zoom call, you could pre-record, AI of your face and have that react as people were talking, right? This is the brand is just leaning into better bathroom experiences in a fun, interesting way, right? So I think those are what helps brands be interesting. Tampax has actually just done something in the gaming. They were talking about gaming and influencers, like in the gaming world, because women are so underrepresented, but yet are looking for brands to support them, and had a really honest conversation about periods and tampon use in the gaming ecosystem. So, or with gamers. So there's so many opportunities right now for brands to find ways to authentically connect with consumers. And it's just a matter of knowing who you are as a brand and what you want, and who you're trying to talk with, and finding places where that can create a shared moment, a shared vision, mission, or job.
That's awesome. That's hilarious. Also, we at Studio 71, we actually have a lot of gamers and esports content within our platform. And it's funny because it is, when you look at the stats, like women are heavily represented in the gaming space from a content consumption standpoint, but nobody ever talks about that. So that is really interesting. Are there any media or social media platforms that you and maybe your team are interested in for the future?
The furthest one out I'll go, instead of the closest one, is where the virtual worlds are growing, right? So Upland was one that I just got on, although I lost all my retail, my real estate, because I didn't get on every day. But it's like, it's this whole new, like, we look at Roblox and what the kids, what the Gen Alphas are doing, and virtual merchandise is something that they're spending their allowance on, right? They're not going and getting candy or buying Pokemon cards, right? They're buying V-merch. So that's a really interesting future space that I think we're going to see a lot more of. So not current platforms or traditional ones, but I think one of the places where it's going.
That's awesome. I'm never giving my child allowance. No, I'm just kidding. I thought we might pivot a little bit just in the essence of time, but as a woman in leadership, being at such a large CPG company, I thought it might be interesting. How about like the best advice you've ever gotten?
Yeah, the best advice is you can do everything, just not all at the same time. And we've talked about this. Like, there's been times where I've had to lean into my career and done a ton of travel, and I wasn't home a lot, and my kids were like, where are you now? Like, they had no idea where I was at, right? But it was that time in that moment that I had to do that. Then there's other times where I had to pull back and say, you know what, my family matters right now. Like I took a 3-month sabbatical as my son was graduating from high school and we went to China for 3 weeks as a family. And it was just like, that's what I needed to do right then with the transition that our family was going through. So I think sometimes it's micro, like it's this weekend to that week, right? It doesn't necessarily be huge parts of your career, but that's the best advice, is trying to do everything. Then, your work is too high and your family's too high and you're just stressed out, and then both of them crash. And that happens still, even trying to manage priorities. But that was the best advice I got. And I think the second one I'd give you, and this was some women's leadership training that I took recently, was, for women, often we don't internally tell our own story, right? We're not as good as pitching ourselves, as talking about ourselves, as representing ourselves. And one of the biggest things was to find ways to tell your own story. Don't assume someone's going to talk for you. I mean, you put your head down and get your work done, yes, but then tell your story. Tell what you've done. Take credit for what you've done in a way that, is to your boss or to whomever you have to do that. So I think it's sometimes very hard for women to do that. And then the final one I'll give, that was actually part of that same training, was change the voice in your head. Sometimes our voice can be really critical of ourselves. And, if you change your voice, you change your mindset. And so how do you change the voice to not all the things you're not doing, but all the, like, hey, that worked, or I could do that, or this is how do we change that voice in our head so it's not critical and taking us down, but something that's helping us step forward and lean in?
Oh, I love those. I'm glad this is recorded. I'm taking them all myself. It's funny. I actually, personally, this is like a little tangent. So I was in media my whole career. Before Studio 71, I took a little hiatus and went to a company called The Second Shift. I didn't have flexible, but the idea was make work for you and give women, part-time project-based work. So they never stepped out or felt like they had to totally step back during, really difficult and pivotal times in their life. Because some companies are not, like, to be perfectly honest, the fact that P&G gave you that sabbatical is incredible, right? Like, more companies need to be leaning into that type of offering, especially when you've been there and you've shown that you're absolutely loyal and love the company, the brand, the career trajectory that you've been given. But I think that that's so important because it's hard, right? Like, there's always that conflict, like we were talking about earlier, and whether or not you're a mom or you're just a person, so anybody, kind of needs that balance. And I think that's pretty amazing that they gave you that opportunity. I want to hear lots about China. And then I guess, to kind of wrap up before we get into questions, is there, in terms of equality, I know we were talking about your promotion recently. Again, huge congratulations. It's amazing. Not only the title, but, leading content innovation. Like, what does that mean? I think, the audience might like to hear about, like, how your team is structured and what they're doing, and then, what you're kind of thinking about.
Yeah, I mean, I've said a little bit, like, P&G is known to be, Mark has been talking a lot about constructive disruption, right? And this is one of the ways to do it. And, at P&G Studios, as we're calling it, we're looking to create stories that people want to hear about with partners in the industry, whether it's comedic or film or entertainment or journalism, that we could work with creatively and come up with stories that are sellable. Sellable content. So, a great example of this is The Cost of Winning that Gillette did with the Story Lab that went to HBO as one of their best sports content. And this was something that was connected with Gillette, and, raising the next generation of men is part of their mission and mantra. So we have these citizenship focus, our brands have these ambitions, and we see these stories and content and partnerships in the entertainment industry as a way to create new, interesting storytelling that's worthy of being on the streaming platforms and the channels to be viewed by consumers or by viewers who are looking for interesting storytelling that connects with what they're interested in. So, we're looking at how we and that's like in the content side. We're also creating platforms and shows like Can't Cancel Pride as a part of Pride Month, and it was a whole piece of it was a content and performance with iHeart that we executed against to create a moment in time where our brands could tell their stories, but also we could support the LGBTQ community. We were just in Tribeca and won Best Short Doc with Coded, which is also a film about LGBTQ visibility. So we're really trying to put the consumer first on how do we get, create stories they want to watch, right? They want to lean into, that authentically are part of what we believe is important, and stories that we think as a company we want to tell, or that brands want to tell.
I love that. So I think we have about 9 minutes left. We have a couple of questions, so I'm going to throw them out. One, I like this one. If you could give your younger self a piece of career advice, what would it be?
It's a great question. I think my biggest advice would be do the scary stuff if it's something you really believe in. I think we can, when we're in a career, it's like, oh, what are they going to feel about me? Or what are they going to think about me? Or what if I fail? Or what if I can't do that? I would say do the scary stuff, do the things that, but because you think you might love it, because you think you're like, I might love this, but maybe it's not the track that most people take, or maybe it's something that's undefined, or maybe it's something where you have to create it. But that's where you're going to get that's what I would be saying. Like, that's where my most interesting values have come from. That's where I feel most valued when I've done those things. And when I've played it safe or done what's expected, I think I always felt more disappointed in myself.
That's so true. I mean, and it's hard, right? Like, it's okay to fail. I feel like the last session was talking a little bit about that too. Like, if we were all perfect, we would never get anything done. And it's awesome to try something new and just see, what happens. All right, I have more. You got a lot of questions coming at you. So the next one, P&G has been a leader in cause-related messaging. I know we were just talking about some of that around social justice and representation. Seems the next challenge is moving to cruelty-free products. Any thoughts on how P&G plans to tackle that?
You know what, I would say I'm not the best person to answer that question. I know it's something that we have a lot of conscientious people who are working on that. And it's a really important part of how P&G and our research and development organization thinks. I wouldn't be the best person to be able to give the best answer on that.
Fair. This one might be interesting. So how, if at all, have like emerging D2C personal care brands affected P&G's business and marketing strategies? I know, there's all the, I'm going to call them Instagram brands that are happening that, so has that really affected your business or strategies at all?
It's definitely affected our strategies. And this is one of the things I really love about P&G is competition gets us going. Like, it makes us better. And so what's really happened inside P&G is we've put a much more concerted effort against innovating in a different way. We call it lean innovation. Like, how do we learn quickly, fail fast? We now have founders that create products within our company that can put out products that they believe in. We have innovation labs that are set up in every category that have these founders that are identifying breakthrough technology or ideas or products that they want to put forward. So it's actually created a whole new ecosystem for us on how we think about innovation. It's also caused us from a marketing standpoint to really figure out DTC, closed loop. How do we connect that data? How do we create that longer term relationship with the consumers? The importance of first party data. So it's honestly had a tremendous impact on how we think as a company. Some of our brands have had harder times than others with it, Gillette being one of them. But for us, we believe competition makes you stronger and helps you learn. And so that's how we approach it. Is like, where do we need to build a capability? Where do we need to win? Where's the new area that we need to make sure that our brands are capable and our marketers are able to do? And we now even have an entrepreneur track where people can lean into that if that's what they're more interested in. So it's expanded our horizons and made us think differently.
Yeah. And I mean, having that type of track too, it might be interesting from like an acquisition standpoint too, right? So like, if there's a brand out there that's really on your radar or solves a challenge that maybe one of your products doesn't in the exact same way, it's a reason to, put it together in the portfolio. That's awesome.
Yeah. Bevel is a good example of that, right? It's a Black focused shaving brand, and it's been a great add to our to our company and has enriched us greatly. So yes, we're definitely looking out and doing that with these smaller brands.
Awesome. All right. I think this might be our last one, but are there any changes in marketing adopted during the pandemic that you think your team will continue to use in this hopefully post-pandemic world as we start to get back to normal? And do you expect any certain consumer behaviors for specific brands that may, have changed to remain that same way?
That's a loaded question, could probably be answered over 10 minutes. The first one is what's changed in marketing. Like, I do think there are well, obviously we've learned that we can work from home. Like no one was sure we could work from home and be as efficient. And we figured out, yes, we can. It can work. There's downsides, but it can work. I think we're seeing that the ramp up of click to buy, of, e-commerce and shopping it's transformational. Use of QR codes, like QR codes have been around for forever, and yet now they're kind of universally used. So you don't have to touch menus, So we see a lot of consumer habits that have been changed or made. Gaming is a habit that I don't think is going to change, that people got into it. Virtual experiences, as opposed to having to have just immersive live experiences, have totally taken off and create a whole bunch of opportunities like this, right?
All right, everyone. We are moving on to our next session right now. We've got two amazing speakers here with us live, starting with Nicole Dixon, who's the VP of Marketing with Sweetgreen. And our moderator is going to be Angelique Zobitz, the Regional Account Director with Quantcast. We're going to bring our two speakers to our virtual stage right now. We are going to be live. So I want to encourage everyone to use that Q&A box down at the bottom of the screen. Bottom of your screen, my background's cutting off my hands. Please use that Q&A box to ask your questions, and also continue to use that chat window, which we have seen be active and quite engaging today. So continue to do so. We'd appreciate that. And we'll bring our two speakers up to our virtual stage in just a moment. Hey, Nicole, how are you?
Hi there. How are you?
I'm doing very well. Welcome to our event.
Thank you so much for having me.
And Angelique, welcome. How are you?
Very well. Very excited to be here today, Ryan.
Awesome. I love your picture, by the way.
Oh, thank you. It's actual author photo from kind of my artistic pursuits on the side.
Awesome. Well, very cool. I'm sure we'll hear just a little bit about that during this conversation here. But Angelique and Nicole, I'll turn our virtual stage over to the two of you.
Absolutely. So I am Angelique Zobitz. I'm the Regional Account Director at Quantcast. For those unfamiliar, Quantcast specializes in AI, audience measurement, and programmatic media. We work with marketers, agencies, and publishers and apply our amazing insights to discover new customers, drive incremental growth, and deliver strong business outcomes programmatically. I am very honored and excited to be included in this empowering group of women leaders for this discussion. And thank you to Brand Innovators for this continuing series. So now let's get to our my featured fireside guest. I'm ecstatic to talk today with Nicole Dixon. She is the Vice President of Marketing at Sweetgreen. So I'm going to kind of jump in. Nicole, prior to our chat, could you share with us your incredible background and what you and your team do for Sweetgreen?
Yeah, certainly. I think before I dive in, I just wanted to thank you for that warm, cozy welcome that you've given me, and really for the opportunity to be here to speak with you, and all the folks that have tuned in today. So yeah, my career after undergraduate studies in philosophy, go figure, took root in finance, which was really mergers and acquisitions work for a global telecom company. If you do a little poking around in my LinkedIn profile, you'll see that I started actually as an executive assistant out of undergrad, and then I immediately re-enrolled myself into extension coursework at UCLA to really beef up my financial statement analysis capabilities, as well as my accounting acumen. I'm not one of those rare gems who came out of the womb knowing exactly what they wanted to do. It took a little bit of fishing and finding my way. And you know, what I am though, I think is somebody who has been willing to take calculated risks in my career. And so I think that's an example of doing so. I really set expectations early about where I was hoping my next step was going to be in my career. And I, you know, got a commitment from the VP that I supported to provide that advancement and that platform if I had proved myself going in. And oh my, did that work out for me, that opportunity. So my time in M&A really afforded me the chance to travel the globe extensively and participate in some of the most exciting and complicated business ventures. But that said, a few years in, I realized that, you know, marketing was really my calling. What called to me, I'd been exposed to it in some of the due diligence processes in the transactions that I worked on. So I went back to grad school and heavied up on marketing specialization coursework as a part of my MBA. Though I think I should say that the grounding in business performance, measurement, and strategy that M&A afforded me really have played a pivotal role in my approach to initiatives that I undertake here and subsequent, you know, in prior roles subsequent to that that time in M&A. And I really have believed that those foundations have been pivotal to my success thereafter. So after business school, I quickly developed a specialization in database marketing, retention, and loyalty. So I went to work for Harrah's Casinos, and that position and that company could not have been a more fertile training ground. Their total rewards program and CRM journey orchestration was truly best in class. So, you know, I've subsequently built on that foundation at other Fortune 100 companies like Spectrum, which was formerly Time Warner Cable when I was there, and the Walt Disney Company. And I think from those positions, I really added considerable project management skills, as well as brand building muscle and brand protection, you know, protecting brand equity and preventing brand dilution. I think that role really put those tools in my toolkit. So moving on to Sweetgreen, it's really been my first opportunity to actually bring that knowledge to bear in building a CRM function from the ground up, which is largely what I joined to do almost 4 years ago. Since my tenure here, we built out the MarTech stack to support robust cross-channel journeys and personalization. Of course, our data and software engineers are heavily involved in all that work. Thinking through ways to drive loyalty that resonate with our customers has been a primary focus for me here. Architecting solutions, architecting teams, empowering those teams with, you know, with the tools and the decision-making authority that they need have really been, you know, that's occupied a central role in my contribution to the company. I think now more than ever, really, as I've taken on a broader scope at Sweetgreen. So more recently, my team encompasses more top of funnel growth levers in addition to the lower funnel. So now that includes paid media and advertising, new restaurant opening support, and integrated brand campaigns across the various functions, in addition, you know, to my specialty of customer retention and engagement. You know, I think the work that we do to support new restaurant openings is pivotal, and that is the same across existing markets where we have you know, greater saturation already in those markets, or when we enter particularly a new market where Sweetgreen has not been heretofore. You know, so we put a lot of energy into developing toolkits, playbooks, so that we ensure that we're building and learning on our successes and our learn forward moments for each of these entries. At Sweetgreen Insights is also a function that sits within marketing. So, I help to shape that roadmap and ensure that we're basing as many decisions as possible, basically, on a foundation of customer needs, preferences, pain points, being aware of all of those inputs. At Sweetgreen, marketing is also really deeply involved in product management in both aspects, I'd say, of what we mean when we say product, what definition we're talking about. So it means digital product by virtue of my team's close collaboration with our tech and digital leaders in the company, but it also means for us culinary product. So on my team, we have a menu product marketing role that is responsible for ensuring that we refine our menu based on customer and performance insights. And it's kind of akin to a brand management function at a CPG company, I'd say. That individual is responsible for menu item merchandising, they're intimately locked in with our supply chain, so that we are, managing the two ends of the scale of supply and demand.
Wow. So it is very clear that, in the role that you occupy today, that that foundation with the transferable skill set, obviously the liberal arts background, philosophy, and go figure, I got my degree in English writing. And it's benefited me to think broadly as well. And then you talk about driving loyalty and empowering your teams with the tools and decision-making authority, and creating things like, insights that have toolkits and playbooks so that you can continue to, iterate on those successes, and the collaboration with tech and other functions. I think it's absolutely kind of phenomenal to hear. These are the things that are day to day. And so one of the things I want to kind of hear from you is, all of those things are learned over time. With us, this panel being so much about women in marketing, what does being a leader mean to you, and where did you pick up all of those skills?
Yeah. I think find it difficult to locate the words to encapsulate really what is a really rich and elusive quality in that leadership or being a leader. But I'll give it a shot. I guess first I want to say that I actually see leadership embodied at every level of seniority and responsibility, particularly in a company like Sweetgreen, which is very entrepreneurial at heart. So I think leadership is really a special alchemy. It's, certainly in my mind, it means a willingness to do the hard work, right? To assume ownership of something as if it was your bank account financing the operation. Have that kind of passion, commitment to results, leading by example as well. Not verbal instruction, not, as much dictation or anything like that. I think it also involves ensuring success is delivered by transmitting that zeal and that sense of ownership, in like a blast radius to others around you. It's paramount to me that the same way that we work to resolve customer pain points, I think that leaders have to work to resolve internal team member pain points to unlock velocity, cohesion, happiness of the unit, figuring out how to enable all members to do their job, right? Removing roadblocks, things like that. I think leaders have a special obligation to be solution-minded, not blame-minded. Figuring out where points of failure are, certainly, but so that you can, work to rectify them, and so that you ensure they're not singular points of failure, that you've thought about redundancy and resourcing across the team. I think my favorite leaders, really, they think 2 steps ahead. They're taking risks, yes, but they're also contingency planning the crap out of things. I think leadership at its finest comes from a genuine and authentic place, where that all tides rise mentality is really embraced, that a sense of trust is propagated by a leader demonstrating integrity. I think that's really fundamental for longevity as a leader, and to enact a real magnetism. Forming a sort of glue to the unit, I feel like an electron proton electromagnetic force, that trust, that integrity, and a two-way communication can build, I think, are fundamental to really effective leadership. I think leaders come in all size, shapes, personalities, all sorts, across a spectrum too, of introverted and extroverted. I love that diversity when I see it, really, because it sends a signal that you don't have to fit a certain expected model, to grow in scope. I also admire a really strong sense of drive, particularly when it's like an against the odds variety. I'm really inspired by people who commit. They kick a few proverbial doors or glass ceilings down. The people who look fear in the eye and go, yeah, okay, but I'm doing this anyway. I think acting in a leadership capacity is really not something that felt natural to me early on. But now, as my career has progressed, I'm leaning more into it, and I'm really grateful for the opportunity to do it. And I hear that in some of the panelists before me, that there is that take that risk, that step change, tune out the voice that may be telling you something otherwise, and really think about what brought you to where you are and the value that you have to contribute. I think my responsibility as a leader, in turn, being given this opportunity, is to figure out how to contribute more and more with my broadened scope, and really to figure out how to do the same with the teams that have entrusted that kind of opportunity to me. I want to foster those leadership principles in whatever capacity I can to those on my team and those around me.
Wow. Okay. So I think this is just kind of phenomenal as a response. I have to tell you, there's so much that I just took away from that answer. I think what struck me immediately is that you say leadership is embodied at every level. I think that is such an important and empowering statement to make. And for each individual coming into whatever role they have, and to take ownership of it and to invest. And I think that's it's just, how empowering is that when you talk about, leaders being willing to do the hard work, when your peers and those on your team see that you are as committed to doing the work as they are, and having the passion and leading by example. It just blows me away. And I just loved everything about what you said. Kind of towards the end of your statement, you said, leadership didn't feel natural in the beginning, but you took the risk. You tuned out the voice that may have said otherwise, and then you found yourself succeeding. And I just think, awesome. That's exactly why we're having this panel today, and why we're talking about all of this. And again, yes, it's mirrored in a lot of the other earlier sessions, but absolutely something that I think deserves to be said again. Kind of with all of that said, you've talked about what being a leader means to you. Tell me a little bit about those who mentored you along the way, and how you mentor others.
Yeah. I was not one who leaned into like formal mentorships early on. I think I wasn't a person who was, again, who had a really robust built-in network, or even understood that that was something I ought to be considering. I was heads down in the books, focused on whatever was happening, as opposed to thinking about all of the things in the periphery or all of those tools, that may be around to help me succeed. Also, as an introvert, it kind of felt like scaling a mountain of razors to like reach out to people and and form those relationships, and again have that courage, particularly the more steps there were between me and that individual, right? The harder that initiating that kind of conversation really felt. I did, however, really gravitate to women who'd carved out a niche for themselves in companies where I was working early on, and it was obvious they were doing something right, even if I couldn't, exactly understand what it was or how they were doing it. Some of those women actually ended up, as a result of me taking those steps or me having certain organic conversations, they were willing to help me either kind of behind the scenes or coach me through certain novel, challenging situations that I might, encounter. They also like literally showed me that there were spaces for females, right, as leaders in the places where I was employed. So what's interesting is that most of those early examples had a certain hardness, I would say, or a shell to them to be competitive in really male-dominated fields. I think it was about ensuring themselves a share of voice. But it was never to an extreme. They were still certainly approachable and had retained the magic that made them uniquely them. I also found their sense of like pick themselves up and dust them off, whatever may have happened, and you get right back at it. When things didn't go according to plan, I really found that noteworthy and a shining light. They were definitely experts in their position who exuded confidence, confidence that I desired to emulate at that time. Although, now looking back on reflection, I can recognize where I must have believed in my own capacity to succeed by the choices, right? By the positions that I put myself into. More recently, I've actually really enjoyed encountering female presences that I'm able to learn from as well, that are really more on a spectrum, as opposed to, fitting a certain type of mold or approachability or things like that. Some amazing male leaders have acted as mentors, as sounding boards, as guides on my journey. The mentorships I mentioned that have really been kind of the most important and powerful for me have been very organic. Their nature also, the way, the kinds of things that we're discussing has really evolves as I do and as they do. There's always, of course, room for like advice, but I think the nature of the conversation, what you're discussing, matures as your career does. So I wouldn't go so far as to say now I have my own, personal board of directors or advisors, but it's helpful, to know that, and I think it's a savvy move to know that there are mentors out there who've opened their doors or their mobile phones to me, and I know that whatever I may be going through or dealing with or trying to solve, they can lend a hand by telling me how they've dealt with it. It's also, I was thinking about this, it's also not lost on me that these are very binary categorizations. And I'm grateful that gender identity is now, in the broader discussion. It's becoming more and more of a conversation topic, prompted by the, the LGBTQ communities. And as I've said before, I think people really fall on spectrums, and I'm energized by that inclusivity. I think I've carved a space out for myself because I have a few qualities, and because I've seemed to have found something that is very left-right brain, which is the type of work that I really enjoy. So I guess my qualities are I'm highly intellectually curious. My hunger to understand how things work is borders on insatiable. And it exists across a swath of subjects, particularly at the atomic and subatomic level. I love particle physics. I find many subjects fascinating. And I think that desire to know means that I take the time to learn something, which in turn, I think enables me to speak from more of a position of knowledge and to present better solutions operating from that position. And allows me to hopefully transmit some of that to my team. But it's not all top down, right? It's bi-directional, like we were talking about earlier. Learning from my team is every bit as important. I think, I've had to grow as I've grown. I've had to grow more and more comfortable operating from a position of ambiguity, and leaning into my team to teach me as they become subject matter experts. I think a second quality about me is I'm like a production machine. I don't know how else to characterize it. Really, I love to make contributions. I love to think strategically. Delivering something that's successful and makes a customer, happy, that adds value to whatever circumstance I'm in. I derive a lot of, of enjoyment from that process, from that contribution process, and seeing things ship and succeed. I was never one whose parents applied a lot of scholastic pressure or anything like that, but I think I was born with a serious innate drive. Again, not sure where I was headed, but I knew I was going somewhere at least. And I think my natural thought patterns, other helpful aspects, they encompass a lot of things like game theory. If then thinking, I can, it has applications like being able to not necessarily read a room, but understand the motivations and what is going on, in all of the participants' minds, potentially, in the decision makers, who are in a conference room together. It also, I think, applies to thinking about the potential outcomes of marketing campaigns that we might do, how to future-proof strategies, and again, contingency plan, which I said earlier. And also, I think I really embrace, it can be cliche, but I really embrace a win-win-win mentality. I think it makes you work harder, because the solution that is the win for the customers, for the company, for everyone involved, is not necessarily the first one or the easiest one to uncover. But I really want what's best for others, what's best for the communities, the planet, our customers, Sweet Green, all of those things. So you do have to push a little harder to find those pathways. But I think when you do it, it feels magical, like nothing else.
That's awesome. And I think this is something you said very early on, I think is really important for us all to talk about and think about. Like, everyone doesn't have formal mentors. And as a fellow introvert, it too, for me, as I started out, it was very hard to initiate those type of conversations. And I love how you said you organically found those people, that carved out a niche for themselves and said, what are they doing that I can leverage or pattern myself after, or even go to for coaching behind the scenes? Because again, mentors, there are formal mentors, there are informal mentors, and then there's just things that you pick up along the way, and individuals who you see as examples who in their own way become mentors. So I think that's
sometimes it's just a question to open a door. Even, it's not a formal, would you be interested, in mentoring me all the way along my career? It's just how, why did you do that? Or there are little things that become, again, sort of breadcrumbs that lead you somewhere.
Yeah, absolutely. That's been kind of the case in my career as well. I've had a opportunity to work with both some great women and men leaders who, just in asking the question and initiating the conversation, I've learned so much along the way, and I think that's a fantastic. Like you said, the curiosity, being willing to ask the questions is a quality that opens up so many doors for an individual. And I think that's just very important for us to think about, no matter, especially as we're starting out. You talked about too, kind of like this, insatiability for knowledge, like, the interest in particle physics, the bidirectional learning, understanding that knowledge is passed, not just top down, but from the bottom up as well. And understanding that there's opportunities to learn from everyone within that ecosystem or environment. So I know you started to talk a little bit about future proofing, which obviously, like, that's a big topic right now in marketing. So I want to pivot a little bit and jump into some of the marketing questions that we all kind of have on our mind as we move into this this new future where we are all trying to figure out what this means for us. So how do you, as a marketer, when we talk about future proofing, measure the success of our initiatives, of your initiatives, and understand your audience?
Yeah, so as you might imagine, based on that spiel about my background, performance marketing is really, my default area of comfort. I'm known to bust into questions about control groups, either real or by proxy in conversation. Regarding our audience at Sweetgreen, we've done extensive research on, about who our customer cohorts are, their psychographics, habits. Interestingly, our customers over-index on certain areas that are outside of their, culinary and dietary preferences. So things like prioritizing being true to oneself, meeting others with different backgrounds and perspectives and treating them with kindness, a sense of optimism, and maybe a little less surprising, incorporating a wellness practice. So, clearly our desire to know our customer extends way beyond just the way that they eat. I think you have to really understand how your products fit into a whole life to market them effectively and to understand how to shape their roadmap. We have an insights function I mentioned in-house that supports it, not just marketing, but it supports a number of functions. It's an interdisciplinary group that makes sure, multitudes of questions and strategies are grounded in information. We have also a product and UX design function that engages, in user testing and all those things to ensure that our experiences reduce friction and that they're surfacing really interactive, engaging, digital experiences that customers care about. We've even done things like conduct eye tracking studies to see how customers read our menu boards and ensure that they have maximum customer utility. We know where customers are on their journey with us, what are the moments of truth along that journey, where we better deliver, what the next best action is for them to take to deepen lifetime value. We use a range of KPIs, from more short-term ones like ARPU, digital penetration, ROAS, et cetera. We have longer-term ones like LTV that I just mentioned. I think measuring success, predicting outcomes, all those things now lean more and more into enabling tech and sophisticated mathematical approaches as we scale, things like machine learning, leaning into algorithms. So my inner nerd is very excited by those prospects, those advances. And from a brand perspective, we of course keep a pulse on NPS, other attitudinal metrics to make sure that we're not alienating our core that made us successful in the first place. We measure brand health, awareness, impressions, things top of the funnel among prospects too, to connect the dots, to make sure that our efforts to drive reach are bearing fruit, of course, and also that they are positioning us in a way that's true to our value proposition, and I think where we win. We also have other intake mechanisms for measurement, things like we have a customer voice score where customers, they'll rate their most recent order along a multitude of variables, and we respond to any statistically significant aberrations in those. So there's a direct line, which I think is very important, between the input of the issue identification and its rectification, right? So sometimes it's just as simple as getting the right folks in the room together with data that is ingestible and actionable. And then, having an open mind as to how you might solution against those. And then it feels like in that way, the next steps feel less controversial and easier to action against. The percentage of customers actually that create an account, we're fortunate. We've done a lot of hard work to get that, but that means the percentage of our customers that order digitally, we believe is high, and that helps us obviously from an insights perspective, because we can activate on first party data that uncover patterns and therein formulate more concrete plans of action and strategies.
Nice. So one of the kind of the interesting things that kind of stood out to me, even as we were kind of preparing for our talk, was that, really being rooted in performance and understanding, customer cohorts, infographics, and where they highly index. One of the things you mentioned was that, you understand who they are, that they prioritize being true to oneself, meeting others with different backgrounds, and wellness as well. And so I think in our first conversation, I had even said, oh, I just saw that you rolled out, this new promotion, and there's the Naomi Osaka Bowl. And which I thought was fantastic, because she literally embodies the three things that you just talked about: being true to oneself, prioritizing her whole wellness, her mental health, and et cetera. And then just the different backgrounds and treating others with kindness. So you obviously put a lot of work into understanding that audience and finding that exact right fit for it. So I just want to say kudos to you for that. I've been loving the billboards and kind of the media that I've seen around it. And that desire to know your customer and understand how it fits into their full life. You mentioned a couple of things like insights, ROAS, LTV, all things that, we do at Quantcast. So it's really interesting to hear from, the brand side, how you're activating on first party data. And that's obviously part of kind of that future proofing conversation. So all really, riveting to hear directly from a brand marketer as well. So that kind of takes me into, how you do what you do on a large scale. You mentioned you oversee marketing, and you work with many different teams that you just referenced on a very large scale. How are you prioritizing what works?
Well, there's the good old reliable, impact versus effort scalar quadrant approach, where the level of effort and the level of impact are sized to help you understand where to focus your energies. As well as, I think it's important to identify pockets or windows of opportunity that may be time sensitive, that may be shrinking unless you act. I think time, energy, and resources had better be well spent to earn trust, and I think greater responsibility across the org. Teams have to know that you don't send them on scavenger hunts after shiny objects, but rather guard their time as if it were your own. And they need to have seats at the conference table where these decisions are being made. What's a priority to you may not be a priority to someone else. So figuring out all these different perspectives, I think, really builds a stronger foundation. Consensus, of course, is always helpful. where possible. I think employees really want to be on teams that make meaningful contributions, of course. So it has to be transparent what works, right? As we talked about before. So you need to get really clear on outcomes, predict, plan, test, measure, learn, repeat, right? The proverbial flywheel.
Yep.
And also the paths that are chosen had better fit within both the company ethos as well as the long-term strategic roadmap, or the likelihood increases that they won't work. All the efforts can't, be against sure bets though, right? Or you run the risk of being too myopic and not moving at the pace of change. So you got to be agile, have a bit of a diversified approach, have things percolating in beta mode, and then you can place the fire accelerant on whatever seems to be sparking. But you can't have too many of those little fires going or you burn the house down. So I think it's helpful to put the right type of person, limit them and put the right type of person with certain characteristics in charge of those efforts. I also think your question has a really interesting dual interpretation. One that can, you can examine and propagate not just what's working in the market as measured by sales volume or market share, but also what's working within your company. So what dynamics and cooperative relationships are forming, get strategic about how you build teams and what's working. The best blueprinted plans or DOA without a high functioning group giving them life. So I think about project ownership, contribution, delineation, resourcing models, incentive and agency paradigms. Now more than ever in my career, I think my success from here on out also becomes more and more about my ability really to elicit the best from others and set a well thought out strategy and then resource to enable it than it does about anything I might, personally deliver at this point.
Oh, that's fantastic. And that's something that's important for us to, absolutely remember as we move further up in our own responsibilities, that we take on a broader umbrella, and that's our opportunity to help others along the way and identify what their strengths are. So that's absolutely fantastic. I know we have a little bit of I think we're coming up because Ryan is on the chat now. So, but
yeah, Ryan, we have no Q&A, so I don't know if that gives us a little more time.
We're actually at the time. We hit the 40-minute window.
Oh goodness!
I know.
All right.
It goes like that, right?
It sure does. I thought there's no way we're gonna have 20 minutes left after we started this conversation, but wow.
Well, it's been an absolutely great conversation, Nicole. I think, there's a lot of insights that we gleaned and got from your successes and Sweetgreen's success. Before we close, are there any additional words of wisdom that you'd like to quickly share?
I think really understanding, staying true to yourself, understanding, having a hunger for that understanding, a deeper insight, not just, when you are marketing something, thinking about not just product benefits, but the deeper emotive benefits, things like that. So, I think that would really just be my takeaway to anyone who's listening today, is to really get inquisitive, to find that, that courage in yourself and take those leaps and, lean into whatever, sources of support you can along the way. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you, Nicole. Thank you, Angelique. We appreciate this amazing conversation. We are going to move on to our next session right now. Let's bring to our virtual stage Mariana Espinosa, the VP of Marketing and International Trade with JP Morgan Chase. And we have an awesome moderator from Outfront Media. That's going to be Amanda Shepley, the Client and Agency Partnerships and Programmatic Lead. Amanda and Mariana are joining our live cast right now. Hey, how you doing today?
Hey there. Good. How are you?
I'm doing very well. We're still moving. We're still cooking on our day right now. And got a few more sessions, but I do want to turn things over to you so we can jump right into this next discussion, Amanda. Sound good?
Thanks, Ryan. That was a hard act to follow. Those ladies wouldn't quit. Hey, Mariana, how are you?
Hi, Amanda. Doing great. Thanks.
It's good to see you again. I feel like old friends since yesterday.
Yes, definitely.
How's your day so far?
It's been great. It's sunny, warm, almost summer day in Chicago. So you can't beat it. You can't beat this time of year.
I know that time of year in that region. I think they say if it weren't for the winters, everybody would live there. And if it wasn't for the summers, nobody would live there. So it's like you've got kind of like dueling seasons there. We're a little bit, I'm in New York, we're a little bit rainy and overcast here, but not too bad. A nice break from the heat. So let's dig right into it. I had the pleasure of speaking with you yesterday, getting to know you a little bit on a personal level, and I'd love to share some of what we discussed yesterday with the group at large. Before we get into that, I did want to say that I was really honored to be moderating a panel in today's discussion because the theme is so near and dear to my heart, women in marketing. And one of the things that I like so much about it is it really is an opportunity for us to inspire kind of the next generation of female and women marketers. So having a conversation like this where we can dig really into your personal journey, your career journey, your successes, your advice and guidance that you would give to not only your younger self, but all the young women that are coming up in the industry right now. I think it's just a great topic. It's such an important stage to have, and you've got such great experience to share. So I'm really excited to dig into this with you. So to start off, why don't you give us a little bit about yourself, your background, your career journey, just kind of set the foundation to your present time in your career so we can all understand where you've been along your career journey, and then we can dig into a little bit more.
Yes, absolutely. So I've spent the majority of my career in the financial services sector. At the beginning, it was more on the fintech side, and now I'm on the global banking side of things. And I'm originally from Mexico City. Born and raised there. I went to college in the US, Arizona State. And right after graduation is really where my international sort of journey began. I have always been really interested in international politics, international business. And upon graduating, I applied for the State Department, seeing where they could place me as an intern. It could have been anywhere in the world. And I actually ended up landing in New York City, where you are now, at the Foreign Press Center. I loved living in New York. I was going there for 3 months. The first time I landed was the time that I moved there. And I ended up staying for almost 10 years. Of course, a lot of the Washington jobs are in Washington, D.C., and I wasn't ready to move there at the time when my internship ended. And so that's how I got into the financial services industry. I've been very fortunate, as you said, to work with some really great women marketers that I've learned a lot from. I've had mostly women bosses around my entire career. And
lucky you.
Each one has brought something completely different that I take along as my journey continues. I was with a global organization prior to joining JP Morgan, and I had the opportunity to move to London back in 2015. So I did a stint in the UK for 3 years, where I was heading up marketing for 4 European countries. I was the head of marketing for Ireland, Belgium, Netherlands, and Luxembourg, and part of a greater European marketing team. And so that experience was just so enriching. There were no two people from the same nationality within my greater team. And so you can imagine that among our group, there were over 18 languages spoken and so many cultures and different ways of viewing the world and accents. And it was just incredible. I joined JP Morgan about a little bit over 3 years ago, and I'm based in Chicago now. And what I do is I took, the experience that I had from being in the European marketing team and leading marketing for 4 countries, and I was able to grow my scope into a global role. So today I head up international marketing for our commercial bank. And while I sit in Chicago, all of my stakeholders, colleagues, clients, they sit, everywhere outside the US. So it's always different day to day, speaking with people around the world.
So thank you for that background. Super helpful. It paints a really nice picture of kind of how you've grown in your career and all the different exposure and experiences you have, which I think it will be really helpful as we continue this conversation. And I'm not going to throw you a curveball. I know we went over some questions, but I did want to talk a little bit more about what is your day-to-day like in your current role? So understanding that you're overseeing marketing, what kind of initiatives are you focused on? What do you and your team work on specifically? Just to paint a picture about what types of responsibilities you have within the JP Morgan organization.
So commercial banking within the JP Morgan organization banks the corporate clients. So if you think about, particularly within international, is those multinationals, whether it could be a French multinational that has operations in 10 countries or a US multinational that's operating in 60 countries. So those are our clients. And on a day-to-day, I manage the whole of the marketing organization, working with partners. So I work directly with our business stakeholders around the world, and then bring in my partners from client engagement events or content strategy or digital to the table to put together campaigns and programs and really make a difference for our bankers. But I would say that I'm more on the executive level engagement, banker engagement, and then bringing the power of our really great marketing team to each campaign.
Great, love that. I'm going to jump around a little on our questions because you gave me a nice little nugget previously when you mentioned that you've had predominantly women bosses, which I think is fantastic, especially considering you are in international banking finance, which tends to be a heavily male-dominated industry. So one of the things that we were talking about yesterday was mentorship and how important that is in developing young talent and really helping your staff and your employees grow. So did you have a professional mentor early on in your career, and how did that relationship impact your journey, really?
I would say that I have a professional mentor now, but earlier in my career, I took my managers as my mentors. And as I mentioned, I've had many different manager styles that I've learned from, but two definitely come to mind. And they're both very different personalities, very different ways of managing. Earlier in my career, I had one manager that was very focused on pushing a task through and being assertive and being that voice at the table and not taking no for an answer. And so watching her navigate projects, complications, the company really gave me a view into, it takes a little bit sometimes of a push to get things done. But then on the complete flip side, a different manager was as successful in getting campaigns done and getting the work out there and being recognized. However, the approach that she took was very much more diplomatic and rounding out a bit of the edges when speaking to executives or to vendors or to partners. And so in my career, whenever I'm in a situation, I sort of try to take the best of what I learned from the two of them and try to make it my own. But certainly, and then I'm very fortunate now to have I have a male mentor within the organization that has really invested in my career, and it is just a great person to soundboard off of what's going to be my next step. What does my journey look like?
Yeah, I think that that's a valuable piece of advice too, where we tend to, especially as women, lean into other female role models, mentors, just because that's a comfortable place for us. And it helps us to navigate kind of some of the challenges that we may have in a male-dominated industry or a male-dominated organization. But it is equally as important to have mentors and role models from other genders, other diverse backgrounds, just so that you see that other point of view. And like you mentioned before, one of your successes has been to take the positives from your other mentors and role models and try to apply them to yourself, the things that you see as working, and then applying those to yourself to become part of your authentic self, but really just learning from the best of everybody, what everybody has to offer around you. So I think that that's great advice to pass on. The other piece that I was thinking about last night after we talked is I'm a real big believer in this notion of really your personal board of directors. And so there's lots of different roles that professionals can play in your life. So we talk a lot about mentorship in business, and I think that that's so valuable. But there's other type of roles that people can play. One is having people that are advocates for you. So that can be colleagues, that can be bosses, but it's people that you have within your organization that aren't just you're looking up to as a role model, but are actually there to advocate you for you. There's also other people that fill roles that are, sounding boards, listening boards. So really kind of rounding out that mentorship to lots of other roles is some advice that I think any of us would give to our younger self to really recognize the people around you, whether it's internally within your organization, whether it's maybe a counterpart at a competitive organization that has your same role, but there's lots of opportunities to learn from people around you. And I think the more that you do that and stop and listen, and I think that as women, that's something that we do very naturally, the more it adds to your success. So I love that you've relied on your mentors to kind of take little bits and pieces out and really mold who you've become in your own career.
And when you mentioned board of directors, I automatically thought to a group of women that I met at my first job out of university in the fintech sector. And so we were all sort of our first job out of college, group of 5 of us. And we've sort of grown up together in the corporate world. We've been friends, ex-colleagues, colleagues for 15 plus years. And in that time, we've seen each other get promoted, get married, have children, navigate that part of being a woman in the corporate sector, as well as span out into different areas. So one is a self-made entrepreneur and marketing director. So when I think about my board of directors, I sort of go to that group of women that have been along the journey with me, and we've learned from each other for the last number of years.
Yeah, I can't, you can't put a price on that. And the community that you build, we'll talk a little bit later on about some of the community that you've built in Chicago, being new to the scene, but having that community. And I think that women particularly tend to be very social. We tend to be great networkers. We make a lot of relationships out there, but we don't necessarily rely on our relationships in the same way that a man does. Tap onto somebody's shoulder and ask for a favor or guidance. So it's like we do a great job of building out those networks, but I think that there are instances where we can ask for more from the people around us that are very willing to help. It's just a matter of identifying what they can contribute and then tap them on the shoulder to give that to them. So it's fantastic to hear that you've got that great group of board of directors that have kind of been growing and developing with you, that you can tap into anytime to, ask advice, provide guidance, be a shoulder to listen to, just build out that community. I think that it's really invaluable, and that's really what helps us all kind of succeed together. So that's so great to hear.
Yes, and to your point about how women we're a bit more on the soft side, perhaps when we're trying to move up on the career ladder, where men may be a bit more direct into what they want. It's something that I've learned that I keep in mind. It has helped me. No one really knows what you want unless you tell them, right? So our peers, our managers, even our sponsors and advocates can't decide the future for you, and they don't know what your right space to really be the best that you can be is. And so you have to advocate for yourself, identify it, and really voice. Of course, you have to put the work behind it so that what you're asking for is taken seriously, but it's certainly a key piece of that puzzle.
Yeah, and I think that that's so well said. I think it's a nice entry to the next question was, if you could give your younger self, a piece of career advice, what would it be?
I would say, keep taking the risks. So I've taken a lot of risks in my career from the very beginning when it started. I'm moving into New York, applying for a job that was unknown where the placement would be, and being placed. Just reminding myself, I think, as I go forward and I'll encounter tough situations that I've been able to overcome tough situations before. I've been able to take risk and either learn from them or really flourish from them. And just, the road it's not stopping anytime soon.
Yeah, you've certainly taken a lot of risks in your career. I think they're calculated risks, but just the willingness to embark on a brand new adventure journey, not knowing what's going to be on the other side, moving from place to place, moving from country to country, is really inspiring in and of itself, because it's quite an entrepreneurial spirit, actually. I think that the spirit of all the startups is fail fast. It's like, just kind of dive in head first, try something out, figure it out, learn from the mistakes that you make along the way, but also understand that there are going to be some successes that are just coming to you because you're willing to take those risks. So one of the things we talked about yesterday was, what do you think one of the biggest risks you've taken was that may have not turned out the way that you had hoped or thought it was? What was the challenge that arose from it? And how did you kind of correct from it or learn from it?
Yes. And I remember we laughed a little bit about my answer, but I would say it's my current situation in Chicago. So as I moved to New York sight unseen, similar with London. And in both places, I was able to adapt very quickly, just on the social side of things and being part of the community. And what I found is that New York and London are very dynamic, very international cities. People are coming in and out all the time. So as a person there, you know what it feels like to be new. And so you're much more open to that dynamic, fast-paced. I found that Chicago is a very established city. Like you said, it's amazing in the summer. It's actually also amazing in the winter. But coming in, I didn't fit in as quickly as I thought because of my experience in New York and London. I had to find my way to really find my community and my tribe. And there's a lot of organizations out there that are able to help. So one of the ones that I joined, which was really great fit for my international experience, I'm being Mexican and then moving to different countries, is a organization called InterNations. If anyone's ever heard of it, it's really an expat sort of social professional network. And that's where you really fit in, where people know, what it's like to come in new, what it's like to work for a multinational corporation, for example. And so that would be, the risk that I took that didn't pan out the way, but I didn't give up. And, I persevered. And today I can say that I'm thankfully integrated into Chicago, but it did take me a little bit longer.
Yeah, that's great news. And I think that it dovetails nicely into the next question too. And it's clearly you're very resourceful, understanding different communities or things that you can tap into based on a need that you have. So how do you continue to learn to stay on top of things within your role? So within your marketing role, within the financial sector, what do you do to develop and grow? How do you continue to learn?
Well, within my organization, there are so many professional development experiences that you can have, as well as mentoring experiences. And so as a Latina woman, there's also a whole world of mentoring programs that are open to me. But in terms of just keeping up to speed with marketing as a whole and financial services, I find that attending industry conferences, and right now with the Zoom era, it's really easy to, join maybe Ad Age to join some of their online classes and networks to keep up to speed. But definitely, I look both internally within the organization at all the offerings that they have, and then externally with different conference partners.
So it's really just taking advantage of the things that you have at your disposal, which is great to hear that your company offers lots of different employee resource groups, mentorship program, opportunities for professional and personal growth. I think that everybody would agree, if you can find a company like that, that's a good place for you to be. It creates a sense of community and growth and just ownership of the employees to the organization and to each other. So I love that you found that within your organization, and also that you look with outside the organization into the industry. The interesting thing that you mentioned about conferences, trade shows, all that great stuff. I think on the one hand, COVID has been a negative impact on that, just in that you can't get to those places in person. So you're not having that organic connection with people, meeting people, the chemistry, all that kind of stuff where you can go back to your office, your desk, your state, and then keep in touch with them and build out the network. So on the one hand, that's the negative. But on the other hand, like you mentioned, because everything has gone virtual, just like what we're doing right here, we're more connected now than ever. We've got more access to things than we have ever before, which I think is one of the big benefits that have come out of this whole global pandemic that we've all been living through, is just the connection, the access points. Because I'm sure that there's many instances where perhaps you'd want to go to an event and the company says it's not part of our, scope. We don't have the money for it. We can't send everybody. We can only send a select group of people. So kind of opening up that aperture and letting more people have exposure to great pieces of content like this, or things that they wouldn't have been able to physically attend in person, I think is another great, it's just a positive that's come out of this whole ordeal.
Absolutely. And it's, a little bit of a plug for brand innovators as well, because there's certainly a resource of like-minded marketers who you can throw ideas off of, but then there are forums to learn from. So I think there's, even if your organization may be smaller or not offer as many self-improvement tools, there's definitely LinkedIn, there are partners, that there's a lot of resources out there.
Yeah. And I think it's just being resourceful, and you're on your own, and kind of taking that responsibility to say, I might spend a little bit of time Googling, understanding what's out there, what's available for free, what maybe has. The other thing that I would say, just in terms of cost, is like, that's another thing that I know that when I came to my organization, I spoke to my manager about, like, what access do we have as a company to different trade organizations or resources that we have available that, because we're corporate members or sponsors, I can take advantage of as an employee. And then also doing some research on my own for other groups or organizations that I personally may want to be a member of, and see if the company is willing to subsidize that membership fee. There's a great organization called She Runs It that I'm sure lots of people on this call today have been talking about, that has a very nominal membership fee. But like you said before, if you don't ask, you're not going to get an answer. So if you, as a person early on in your career, are looking at different resource groups, go to your manager, ask if you either A, have access to them as a company, or B, if the company is willing to kind of sponsor and subsidize that membership so you yourself can grow as an employee. Because ultimately any good company is going to want their employees to grow. So.
And absolutely. And I think younger in your career, if you're able to find that niche, that passion that you can carve within the marketing or your organization. So for me, it's all about international. It has been since graduating university, and it might be as a transplant into the US that has something to do with it. But a lot of what I need to learn for my job and be on top of is what's going on in the world, what are our clients thinking that we need to be thinking of, what are the geopolitical perspectives. And so I do a lot of reading, not just outside of financial services and marketing, but then also round it out with a lot of that global environment.
Yeah, that's great. Let's talk a little bit about soft skills. And I do think that this is an area that women tend to excel at over our male counterparts sometimes. But what soft skills do you think have been the most important in your career growth?
First comes to mind, I'm highly organized, and I've gotten feedback over the years from very senior members of teams that I've been on that I've come to meetings prepared. So with an agenda, a deck, attachments ready to go. And so most of the time when the meeting is 30 minutes, we get through everything in 20. And I'll get that surprise of, wow, we were so efficient. So that would be number one skill for me is organization, making lists, putting things down on my calendar, and then just hitting the ABCs. Other than that, I always think that there's so much in your career and in your day-to-day that you can control. There's so many things that you have yet to learn. But the one thing, or the couple things that you can control, is how you show up to the table, how you show up with the attitude that you bring, with just bringing your authentic self. And so that's something as well that throughout my career in different organizations that I've been at, I've noticed people around me be very successful when they're their authentic selves, as well as myself, just, you know, bringing who I am, not only when I'm in the 9 to 5 corporate, but then also like, who am I outside of that 9 to 5?
And speaking of authentic self, and I do have another soft skill that I think that you have that I will add it to that list as well. But I did want to talk a little bit about being your authentic self and being a Latina woman. Have you felt that you have had the opportunity to be your authentic self within your organizations, within your career journey? Have there been instances where maybe you felt differently and that you weren't able to express who you were?
No, I've been very fortunate. And I think it's been a testament of living in these big international cities such as New York and London and working for global organizations.
Yeah.
But when, you know, it was very funny to me when I got the job to be head of marketing for Ireland, Belgium, Netherlands, and Luxembourg, because I'm nothing of, I have, you know, no background in any of those cultures or countries. And they're also different from one another, but I was able to relate with, you know, my Irish colleagues and my Dutch colleagues and the expats also that work within those companies that are not, you know, that they're like myself, they're coming from different parts of the world. And that's one area where being your authentic self really helps in having that personal connection with someone and talking about, you know, even though you may be from different sides of the world or speak different languages, have different accents, there's something that will bring you together, whether it's a love of soccer, for example, which is really big in my case, or learning a language. So there's certainly places where you can connect with someone, no matter how different they are.
Yeah, I love that conversation that we had yesterday. And I think that it's such a valuable skill to have. It's really how to find common ground with people. And it builds rapport. It helps you build relationships. It helps you build trust with people as well. So doing a little bit of digging with somebody on a personal level, on a cultural level, on a business level to find common ground is another great way to, I think, find success in your career, because people like to work with people that they understand, that they get along with, that they see eye to eye with. So finding common ground in any way that you can is another great skill that I think will help anybody that's starting off their career, actually anywhere in their career, be successful. So I love when we talked about that yesterday, and you've had such a great opportunity to do that because you interact with so many different cultures. It's truly a melting pot, it sounds like, of people and places that you've been to and interacted with. So you've got a great foundation to build from. And I think that others can learn from that. But the other soft skill that I was going to say that I observed from you yesterday is you're a great listener. And I think that that's another skill when applied to the business world, just pays off in dividends, because you mentioned that you're very organized and you can run a meeting efficiently and you've got your key points that you're getting down and people are appreciative that you are being considerate of their time. But I think that that all starts with understanding and listening what somebody on the other side of the table has said to you and reacting to that. So having that skill too and being able to apply that really kind of compounds into lots of other facets, lots of other skills within business that helps anybody be successful. So your listening is off the charts, and I think that that's another key to your success.
Thank you. And, you know, these soft skills are transferable across industries, across jobs. Is one of those things where you can't control perhaps what you know about SEO or digital marketing or KPIs, but you can control those soft skills and they can make you stand out within the organization.
Yeah. So I've got a couple more questions, and then we do have one question from the audience that we can get to. Okay, let's talk about being a female marketing leader in financial services. I love this one. You actually rephrased this question for me, which I thought was brilliant. What has your experience been like navigating any potential unconscious biases or expectations from others?
Well, I think financial services has evolved so much from when I started 15 years ago until now. And so I could say 15 years ago, it was definitely the wear your suit or
Yeah.
pearls and jacket and very dry, I would say. But as the world has gotten bigger for all of us and also smaller, and people from all over are joining organizations and joining teams, I think that that's the opportunity, that you don't have to fit that mold of maybe what you thought financial services was 15 years ago. You really can come in and lay your mark. In terms of unconscious bias, I really haven't felt. I've been very fortunate through my career that I felt that any seat at the table that I've had, I've been able to make a difference and move the needle for our clients. And I've been comfortable in speaking up. So I'm not sure if that's, I've been very fortunate in the organizations that I've worked for, or it's a little bit of personality of not blending into the background. Maybe it's, the Latina fire in me, as you could say, but it certainly has helped me navigate, and I'm very privileged to have the career that I have.
Yeah, that's great to hear. And I think that, it's astute, your observation, saying that, I went into this thinking that financial services, and maybe it's been male dominated, but perhaps there's been a lot of progress within kind of evening out the gender mix there. And so the notions that we have historically of how the sector has operated have changed a lot, even within the 15 years that you've been there. So all of the women that have kind of paved the path for you in your career have made your time a little bit easier, a little less challenging. And so you do feel as if you've got a seat at the table, you have a voice at the table, the voice is heard, it's loud, it's fiery. And also I think that your experience international too plays a part in that as well, because like you said before, you're talking to people that come from all different walks of life. So you're all there may not even be a majority there, when you're in a room full of 18 people and everybody is from a different part of the world, everybody is speaking a different native language, with English being the connective tissue. But I guess too, it's interesting and good to hear that the gender shift is not maybe as male dominated as it once was, and it's because of women like yourself that are in the ranks and making a difference. So that's great to hear.
Yes.
So let's talk about purpose. There's a question from the audience. I'd love to have the audience voices heard. How are you leaning into purpose for marketing? So this is a shift from talking about you personally and your marketing kind of journey, but now into, or your career journey, but now into how you market for your brand. So what is JP Morgan doing in terms of purpose? How are you guys leaning into it? What types of initiatives are you focusing on?
Well, it's all about our client. It's all about celebrating our client's success, helping them do business wherever they're operating in the world, and focusing less on the JP Morgan and more on our clients, so that they're the ones that shine through. So that's really the purpose. It's always going at it, listening. Like as you mentioned, listening is very important within any business, particularly in marketing, and hearing, what our clients need. How can we help them? And then how can we tell their stories so that we can celebrate them rather, than ourselves.
Yeah, I love that. And what about the back half of the year? What are you focused on either professionally for your own career? What are you focused on for your brand? What does the rest of the year look like for you?
We're gearing up for some really great campaigns that are, international campaigns that will launch early in the next year. Gearing up, there's always the whole COVID is not over yet. So how are we navigating maybe the next 18 months and how do we adjust plans? Because perhaps we thought that we'd be in a different position now. And being in the international space, not one country is in the same place when it comes to COVID. And so dialing up and down the activity that we're doing and being very, vigilant of what's going on around the world.
Well, and I think that you probably are in a position to be much more adept at that because you are dealing with different marketplaces. So you do have to kind of localize your marketing approach to whichever country you're marketing to. The message that you're going to play in Luxembourg might not be the same message that you're going to play in Belgium. So, you know, you've already kind of gone through that whole having to really customize messaging to your markets, where if somebody who's focusing just on the United States, perhaps they don't need to get as localized because you can talk to the entire country at once. But and understanding how that shifted with COVID because of how everything was changing at a very localized level. So I think that going local was definitely a big change that people were looking at, marketers were looking at during this whole pandemic. So sounds like you were ready to already handle that, but it looks like Ryan's here.
I wish I didn't have to be here. I wish this conversation could keep rolling, but we do have one more session to close out the day. I would love next time. Let's just double this. Let's just double down and do it for twice as long. This keep going.
Well, thank you for having us, Marianne. It was great to see you again. Lovely meeting with you. I wish you all the best in your career. This is the beginning of a great connection. So you haven't gotten rid of me yet.
Thank you, Amanda. Thanks for the great questions. And thank you, Ryan, for having me.
Yeah, thanks, Ryan.
Thank you, Amanda. All right, we're going to move on to our final session of the day. So please do not go anywhere. We're still live coming at you again, wherever you're at. Maybe it's your office, maybe it's your couch. I'm always hopeful that everyone's watching poolside, but who knows these days. Anyways, we've got Christina Collins, the Director of Integrated Marketing with Disney, joining our virtual stage. And with us, or with Christina, is going to be our terrific moderator. That's Laurie Hood, the Chief Marketing Officer with Mobile Walla. Let's bring our final two participants to the stage. We've got Christina here. Hey, Christina.
Hi.
How are you?
Good. How are you, Ryan?
I'm doing well. We've been going strong all day. Been hearing from a lot of amazing women. And, you know, this is not the end of this. You know, we keep these conversations rolling every single month, and I'm super thrilled for you to be closing out our event today.
Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. And Laurie, how are you today?
I'm great. Thank you. Let's see. I'm trying to get my virtual background up, but that is not being very cooperative. So let's just go with this. Sorry about that.
No worries at all. Let's you know, the real, you know, the reason everyone here is not for the virtual backgrounds, although they do look pretty darn cool, but it is for the two of you. So what I would love to do, Christina and Laurie, is turn our virtual stage over to you and to our listeners at home. That chat window and that Q&A box down there is active. Do not be shy. Please ask your questions.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Ryan. And good afternoon and welcome everybody to today's final session of Brand Innovators Women in Marketing. I want to thank everyone for hanging in there with us, whether you've just joined or you've spent the day in the sessions. The sessions so far have been great, and our speakers have shared so many wonderful insights. Of course, the negative of going last is that a lot of things have been discussed and a lot of things Christina and I talked about covering. I think we're going to be able to add some additional insights on top of that and also maybe show kind of the common threads that are woven through our experiences. If we were in person, I would be saying that we're the session standing between everybody and cocktails, but we could be the session having everybody go get a cocktail, although it is a little early, I think, no matter where you are, if you're listening from the US. So with that, I'm Laurie Hood. I'm the CMO of Mobile Walla. For those of you who are not familiar with Mobile Walla, we're a consumer intelligence company. We work with consumer brands around the world, helping them to better understand and engage with their customers. And we help marketers at these brands identify and reach their best audiences through programmatic marketing, and also help enrich your first-party data with deep insights into consumer behavior behavior, helping you to acquire and retain your best customers. So it's my privilege and pleasure to be joined in this session by Christina Collins, who is Director of Integrated Marketing at the Walt Disney Studios. And we thought we'd start with sharing a bit about our career paths and then kind of jump into some different discussion topics. So Christina, welcome, excited to be here with you, and tell us about your journey and how you got to where you are today.
Yeah, thanks, Laurie. It's great to be chatting with you again. I know I'm just going to reiterate what Ryan said, which is please, if you're listening in, feel free to ask questions. We can make it interactive. But definitely, I think from a career perspective, one of the biggest pieces of advice that I'd gotten early on was you have the ability to not only be more empathetic, but also just that much more kind of well-versed in how you work with different partners if you can dabble a lot in different things. So when I was originally, actually, for any of you who are still looking back to the college days, I interned actually in a ton of different areas in the music industry. And that was some of the feedback that I had gotten from a mentor, which was, I was actually doing A&R, which is artist and repertoire. And, they're the people who sign the bands to the labels. But one thing that my mentor had told me was, if you ultimately want to go into whatever department it is, A&R at the time, then being able to kind of test and learn almost across marketing and partnerships and A&R admin, music licensing, all those different things would just kind of continue to kind of give you a tool, like a toolkit, right, to better work with all of these partners. And even though I didn't go into A&R ultimately, I went into marketing. I think that still really resonated with me, because one of the biggest things that I work on and do now is actually integrated marketing, integrated planning. And that really calls me to work with all different kinds of partners and really understand their different motivations and their different kind of objectives and how we can best support and work together in those. And so a lot of kind of that hopping around that I did early on and even within Disney has really led me to be able to kind of best understand the nuances of each team and how to really kind of be empathetic to each of their goals and objectives so that we can create win-win situations. So when I did end up going to Disney, I actually started my career here at ABC Family, now Freeform. And so I was in the digital marketing department in the heyday of kind of social live tweeting and all of that good stuff. And then went on to the Disney Music Group, where I did digital marketing and partnership marketing. And I loved that, kind of brought me back into the music space. And then from there, I actually ended up joining and helping to co-create a function called digital engagement within our studio integrated planning team. And that was really about how we could make sure that all of our different digital leads across the company could really partner and maximize our efforts against some of our key franchises, which we all know and love: Frozen, Toy Story, etc. And then most recently, I had then transitioned into the studio's loyalty program, where I led integrated marketing for Disney Movie Insiders, back then Disney Movie Rewards, where the goal was to really come in and help to reimagine the loyalty program and really think about how we could think, I would say, rethink fan engagement at Disney, especially now as we're kind of more going towards D2C, really being kind of more forward thinking in terms of how we create relationships with our consumers at the studios. And I know, Lori, you and I had talked about this, but just recently, actually, as of like 2 weeks ago, had taken on a new role within the Disney Media and Entertainment Distribution team, leading integrated planning again for that division. So back to kind of all of the kind of different connective relationships and making sure that all of our teams are working well together.
Well, awesome. And congratulations on the new role. And we'll certainly talk a little bit about that more as we dig into the session. Just a quick bit about my background as a fellow marketer and someone with a little bit of a different spin and focus than other folks who have participated today. I actually came into marketing more from a technology background. I minored in computer science in college, mostly because my father was an IBMer and I had no idea what else to do. And these were certainly in the very early days. I hate to say it because I'm probably the oldest panelist today, but the very early days of computers and technology, and ended up working for Accenture for 4 years out of college. And you had talked about getting some advice from a mentor. And in my case, someone who ultimately ended up being a mentor and actually ultimately ended up introducing me to my husband and setting us up on a blind date was a boss of mine who was starting the technology practice at Accenture to sell some of their products as commercial software. And he needed someone to basically, I was kind of a jack of all trades, but I did some sales engineering and some product stuff and some marketing, and I moved into that. And that really set the stage for me to go into kind of technology marketing as a career, really coming from the tech side, working at a lot of Atlanta-based software companies, most of them small, some of them larger. I worked at a company that was acquired by IBM and worked there for a couple of years, which kind of brought it back full circle as my dad was a career IBMer. So I think he finally thought I had a real job after working at all of these random no-name technology companies. Okay. But it gave me, you mentioned it, and a couple of the other speakers had talked about doing a lot of different things and seeing a lot of different things and being able to bring that perspective in. And I come from a technology background, which I think is incredibly helpful as we've spoken today about the different technologies we use in marketing, the prevalence of digital marketing, kind of the marketing evolution, and how what it really feels like as marketers is nothing is going away. We're just getting more and more things in our bag of tricks. And you always hear in person's dead or print is dead or advertising is dead. Nothing is dead, and we just keep getting more. It was social, it was mobile, now it's connected TV, and what's our play? So the cool thing about being in marketing is it's so dynamic. And even though I'm on the B2B side, there's still, I look at what y'all are doing in B2C, and I think when is that going to sort of shift a little bit and become relevant for me as a B2B marketer? And it's also fun to be a marketer and talk to other marketers and just, be part of such a just vibrant industry area where we really are such a huge influence with what's going on in the market and people's behaviors. And I think, even more so as we met and prepped for this, we thought we would take things maybe in a little bit of a different direction and talk about some of the broader kind of macro trends that we're seeing today. And as marketers, how do we support our companies and provide that leadership as our companies continue to evolve? And, back in the early days of COVID, which in some ways seems like yesterday and in some ways seems like a million years ago, many of us thought it'll be a few months and then we'll be back to normal. And then 6 months after that, we all started talking about the new normal. And now, let's say 18 months after that, there's no normal, and we are reacting, we're trying to navigate what's next. So as you and I were talking about this, there were kind of two key themes that kept coming up in the conversation: culture and connectedness. And again, how we as marketers and leaders in our business can play a role in helping our companies move forward. So when you think about the different roles you've had at Disney, for a good chunk of your career, talk about kind of navigating the workplace culture there. And as you've moved into this new role, how does that play into your leadership style?
Yeah, that's a great question. Thanks, Lori. And I actually am going to call back to what you mentioned on the differences with kind of the B2B side, which is what you're on, and the B2C side. But what's interesting is I feel like there's so much more that they're all kind of meshing together. And like you said, it's not that there's a new normal or, things are, dead per se, but it's really just continuing to add on, right? Your bag of tricks. And, it's funny because even when I was with the Disney Movie Insiders team, we talk about how leveraging direct mail way before, but that's also coming back now, given no one's really getting physical mail anymore. And so everything is a little bit of a treat, especially if you approach it the right way. And so to that point, I feel like even the way that we work with not only our kind of business partners, but also our consumers all has to have such a focus on, I think just, relationship building and relationship cultivating, really thinking about, what are the mindsets in which our partners and our fans are in. And so I think about from a company culture perspective, I know as a leader myself, it was really interesting during kind of COVID and also working remote. I feel like there's so many things that you don't necessarily think about right away. And then you start to just kind of have to really kind of get in the nuances of each of your team members. And obviously it's not possible for like people who are leading really large teams, but even if you kind of have a smaller set of people that you're kind of managing, they have all different preferences, different kind of nuances to their situations. And I've always kind of enjoyed being really empathetic to that. But one of the things that we had talked about was how workplace culture, there's pros and cons to working remote. I think everybody is maybe on a different spectrum of how much they want to go back versus how much they want to stay at home. I feel like I'm like squarely in the middle with hybrid. But one of the fascinating things that we kind of learned early on with my team was how can we really think about inclusive practices when we're kind of working remotely, so that all different personality types feel like they can speak up in meetings. And not everybody's comfortable speaking over other people, even on even in person, let alone like on a screen, where you could potentially just hide away and close off your video and mute forever and just listen in like a fly on the wall. But we even started thinking about when you brainstorm, right? When you're working remotely, what are the ways in which we can provide different forums and methods so that if people need 1 to 2 days to really think about ideas and don't just want to kind of share things like quickly out of the hat, then how can we leverage technology and different tools and co-working resources to be able to share those ideas up front and have the time to actually think about it, but then give a secondary forum where people have the ability to speak to those ideas versus just always making it kind of a write-in or popcorn format where you're always going to get that anyways, right? So I think that's been really interesting to see how it's changed the way, and as leaders where we have to be I keep on going back to this word empathetic, but really thinking about culture in a new way, because you have to really stretch and be able to say, I might feel a certain way and have certain tendencies or preferences when it comes to ways of working, but how can I best support my team to help them thrive during this time? And, what are the things that we can all help to be more aware of? And even things, given Zoom calls, right? Like working with our disabilities ERG and understanding how now with like real-time captioning that has changed the game for some of them. And so then when we go back to a hybrid work model where people are back in the office and you start to have, big meetings again, and everybody knows like those who have to join in the conference call and you're trying to chime in every once in a while, but everybody forgets that people are even on the phone. But, how do we continue, I would say, to your point about not a new normal, but just continuing to really think about the inclusive practices that we've learned during this time and can really expand on the way we worked before to represent all different types of workers and different types of personalities so that we can really create more of a sense of belonging. Because I think the other big piece from the last year and a half, 2 years was we spend so much time with one another when it comes to working, and now it's like mixed in at home. And so you really recognize, like, especially if any of you guys have been kind of in those like long meeting days, which I know, Lori, you and I talked a lot about our own preferences, but you just start to realize kind of where you need to prioritize things and where you need to really be taking care of yourself, but also with the people that you're working with, especially given everything else, honestly, that's happening in the world.
So I want to go back to you made some comments about some different techniques that y'all were using internally. Can you give some specific examples? Because I'm going to guess a lot of people listening would love some insight into things that they could be doing or incorporating from an inclusivity standpoint, especially as Zoom meetings are sure to continue.
Yeah. So, I mean, I think that one of the big things that's, I guess, a little more generalized, but it's just setting expectations up front, right? Because like, I like to say it's not what I never coined this term, like over communication is a gift. And so I think that, a lot of the times, especially while in kind of this instance of working remote, everything has to be very intentional. And then if not done intentionally, people are left to kind of assume or, try to figure and piece things out on their own. And so I find that setting expectations is a great way to just dismantle, any potential things that could come up. And so one of the big things that I know a lot of us have probably dealt with, we had a couple of people on my team who had babies. And so, it's just, you set the expectations up front that it's okay. It's, it's okay to have your kids in the screen. It's okay to, go on mute and, take video off when you need to. You don't always have to do a one-on-one now on Zoom. Calls are still a thing, right? Like, I think it's so important for that to also come top down because, as a leader, as leaders, we help to set the culture. And even as we kind of co-create culture together, I think it's important to say things like that, right? Which is take the time you need. We're all working probably more now than we did before. Let's be real about that, just because we don't have that kind of drive time to really shut off. And so we have our phones always, we have our computers with us at all times. And so needing to take a jog or, still going to lunch, like all those things, I feel like being able to actually express that to your team is so important, because otherwise it's just, that was something that was surprising to me, is people still assume that it's not okay. And maybe sometimes it's not okay in a culture, but the hope is that it's okay. And then the second thing that I know, Lori, you and I specifically talked about was with the brainstorming piece. What we did was we actually leveraged some project management platforms. I know, there's a ton, but what we ended up doing was we modified our brainstorms to actually have a kind of foundational kickoff. And so what we do was we would take like 15 to 20 minutes to actually just run through the positioning, the strategy, the themes of what the campaign was supposed to be, and then let everybody brainstorm on their own and put ideas into the project management platform. And then the next day or 2 days later, we'd actually come back, and because all of the ideas were attributed to different people on the team, then the project manager could actually make sure that everybody had a say and got to kind of speak to their idea. And so felt like, if you were more of an introvert, you could have the time to actually think about your idea. And then everybody is able to build on it too. And you have kind of this repository of all of the ideas in one place that you can kind of then just, mix and match and build on. And it ended up being a great way for us to make sure that everybody was involved, versus the people who maybe love to speak up a little bit more or more comfortable doing so. Which
we all know who they are.
Yeah, exactly.
No, that's a great idea. And I mean, certainly something I would think you would keep going forward, because it just solves so many problems and is a little bit maybe of a pandemic silver lining. I want to go, you've used the word empathy a lot, and that really resonates with me, because it seems like during the pandemic, when sort of work came into everyone's homes to some degree with being on calls, all of our employees are at different life stages. We were talking, a lot of women on the call today talked about having young children. I've got a teenager, but then on the flip side, something always happens with my mom or my in-laws. So I kind of feel like I'm maybe sending him to college, and now my parents
just doesn't stop
taking up my time. It's always something. And how do you see Disney culturally becoming more empathetic, more broadly with this big shift that's not going to go away?
Yeah, I mean, not speaking on kind of behalf of the yes, but I think that one thing that it's led us all to do, like that I honestly really appreciated this past year as well, is you couldn't really turn away from anything that was happening in the news. And because everybody was so connected virtually, and really needing to kind of address things like burnout or mind states, when a lot of these kind of big cultural moments or just horrible things were happening, we really needed to take a step back and understand that we're all people, we're all human, and so how can we support each other and actually get to know each other on a way and a different level that we may have before. And so that was something that I actually really loved, was I was part of our inclusion task forces and inclusion champions, kind of what we called it on our side. But we really took the time to actually make room for difficult and, brave conversations to really drive connectedness between our different teams, which I think just helps us to work better together, given, again, we spend so much time. And you really don't always know what's happening outside, like behind the screen, right? And so taking a beat to just recognize that. I think one of the fascinating things too is there's the B2B, B2C, but now, and we talked about this a little bit, and I've talked with some other friends about it too, but there's even like internal marketing to employees, right? Like, and how can we reflect a culture that we're trying to exude outward, like internally. And so being able to kind of make sure that employees, team members feel really supported, feel like they belong, have a place to actually talk about hard things that are happening, or also take a break, right? When like different events or things are happening, and just having that be okay. I think that just drives more empathy in all of us to just be mindful of that. And I also think like obviously some really hard stuff with kind of the racial injustice and those kinds of things we went through kind of all collectively, I feel like, in many different ways, but it just kind of became something we couldn't not address. And so that I think was a silver lining in all of that.
Yeah, it's been fascinating. So Mobile Wallet is a truly global company, and we've got a team in the US, a team in Kolkata, India, a team in Singapore, and then people sprinkled in other places. So kind of before the pandemic, we'd been working globally, but hadn't really thought much of it, which I know sounds weird. And sort of during the pandemic, everybody went home, and and when I say we, I really mean me, because when you're head of marketing at a small company, you're HR, your internal communications, you're the voice of reason some days. So I really doubled down on internal comms from a communication standpoint. So agree, you made the point before about over communicating. It was just such an upsetting, disruptive time. And I thought, let's get as much out there to our employees as possible, but also let's try to build some ties. I mean, especially our team in India, they had so many crazy COVID surges, and employees' families were ill. And so we tried, I tried more, we're a Teams company, not a Slack company, but, doing more channels. We did kind of a fun thing for the holidays, which was, what were the movies you watched during COVID? What was your favorite book that you read? What was your COVID guilty pleasure? And just try to do things to kind of build those more global bonds. And then also, when you think about inclusion in different ways, we have people from all kinds of cultures now. I try to encourage, let's learn about this holiday that's going on in a specific remote region of India that 2 employees come from. So it's been kind of fun, but it's just a lot of my days about external marketing. But then I try to step back and think, how do we glue everybody together? Because I think in the end, we're going to be more successful with that. I think it's interesting, and a lot of the other speakers today, and most people work at larger companies, where I think a lot of them, and Disney included, have done a lot of admirable things for their employees. When you're at a smaller company, my leadership, and of course, I'm assuming none of them are listening to me today, is far less enlightened on the whole sort of what's going on, and maybe not empathetic. So, I've fought the internal battle of, we're not going back to being in the office 5 days a week. It's not going to happen. And they're like, no, we'll find people who want to do that. And I'm like, those people don't exist anymore. And I'm like you, I like being in the office. I like building the relationships. I like being with people, but I do appreciate a couple days at home. And so I'm trying to move us to more of a hybrid model, while sort of and fighting some internal battles on, the world has changed and it's not going back, and our job is to change with it, not to try to fight that, because we're not going to be successful. So I mean, that take me into another line of questioning. With COVID and working remote, we talked about the company culture side of that, but how, when one of the other words we keyed in on was around collaborating, but also the sense of connectedness. How do you see how do you see the importance of that changing both within your work environment as well as kind of within the professional environment, and networking and just building those relationships? And how are you thinking about that differently?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think during this time, it's been really fascinating to see how much it's actually gotten easier to network in a sense when it comes to, I would say, actually external networking, just because events and things that you maybe wouldn't have been able to do. I'm a little plug for Brand Innovators, I guess, because we're doing this right now, but a lot of like the private roundtables and those things that would have been difficult otherwise, to kind of go and drive to. I feel like a lot more people have been able to make the time and be able to fit that in. So I know that that's definitely something I hope continues. But I think going back to what we talked about with intentionality, it's so interesting to kind of think about how strategic networking has modified in a way when you have to think, because everything again is prioritization. If you have a ton of meetings, like a really heavy meeting schedule all the time, then inherently taking on different one-on-ones and all of that kind of stuff is difficult, because that's just another especially drain for you, right? I think Lori, we talked about that we're both like secretly introverted, more so just that we're fueled by being able to kind of take time alone, but can be extroverted when needed. And now it's I'm always like asking my own myself, like, do I want to ask for another touch base, or is there another way to kind of just do this? And so you don't you have to be so intentional about the time you set with people. But I also think it helps us to be really like, I would say, goal oriented in meetings. Like I always laugh at the like the mugs and memes that say this is a meeting that could have been an email. But like, you honestly have to make sure now that, at least the hope is that if you're putting a meeting on the calendar, that it's action oriented, which I think is a great thing. But then what that also allows you to do is just meeting so many more people, I think, from a global perspective as well, because now we can kind of have this like level setting of being able to meet virtually. And it's funny because we had this technology before. It just, I haven't met, at least from a kind of video perspective, even so many of our clients before, like in our vendors. And now I know all of their faces, right? Before it was always they'd come to visit us in Burbank, and then we'd be like, oh, finally putting a face to the name, like after years of emailing or like conference calling with each other. And now it's really nice to be able to kind of see people. So yeah, I think that it's not necessarily a full change, but more so modifying kind of how you interact with others, and how you have to be more strategic about who you're connecting with, but also and making the time for, quite honestly, but then also being really intentional about the time you do actually spend. kind of cultivating those relationships.
Yeah, I mean, I will say I miss in person. Atlanta's a big networking town. It's a big social town. And I have been, doing small scale meet for coffee, stuff like that. We haven't had big in-person things, but, I will say, and we were joking, we're extroverts at work and introverts outside of work.
Yeah.
But, I do find sometimes it's hard to get geared up to do something, or I'll think, oh, I don't want to go to that 7 o'clock networking thing, or I just want to go home after work. I'm tired. But I do find that I always learn something. I always meet someone interesting. I find you just never know where your paths cross with people, and when you can help someone or when someone can help you. So I think it's so important, from a career standpoint. And, I've also found when I talk to, and this will kind of lead me a little bit into kind of our closing topic, when I talk to younger people or mentor younger people, I always tell them, get involved in a professional group. And now it can be online. I mean, that just opens up your horizons massively to the opportunity. But get involved in a professional group, build relationships, volunteer, be active, and get involved in a nonprofit or something that matters to your heart, and that you can put your time in there. Also, as a marketer, I find I learn a lot from the nonprofits I'm involved in on the marketing side, and have participated in, in their marketing committees or whatever. But I think it's so important just to feel that you're a part of something bigger. And especially in these times too, that again, everything is so disorienting, to have that network to kind of hang on to, or to have those people who can help give you some perspective. Or just to, as I listened to so many speakers today, and I was like, oh, just you feel like you're in a support group, and you're hearing from all these people going through, such a similar experience. So closing it out, let's talk a little bit about, and this came up in one of the earlier discussions as we talked about networking. Think, your personal board of directors and who you feel has helped your career, who you've helped, and kind of how you've gone about building those relationships and creating that group.
Yeah. And I have to actually hop as well, but I will answer short and sweet, which is, I think that, at the end of the day, your board of directors can really be so many different people, but I know that I've benefited from having a champion who is amazing, and she's been vital in kind of my own growth at Disney, and just as a leader. So I really respect her and always go to her for different things. But I think, I always think about how, you have your mentors, you have coaches, and you have your kind of champions, and they all serve different roles. And then you also have your peers who you can talk to, right? And so if I would encourage others, I think this past year, I've also gotten a lot more connected with the AAPI community, and have been trying to both give back there, but just learn more to understand where the nuances are for my own kind of being a Chinese female executive, right, in the entertainment industry. And so, I think your board of directors is so important, and whatever way you kind of put it together, it's just starting by asking the question of, hey, would love to kind of talk with you more about career. And I always also say, never assume that someone knows what you want to do or what you want to be. Right. Always kind of make that known, and know that your voice should be heard and is valuable.
So be purposeful with the ask. Well, y'all, I was so worried that we weren't going to take enough time, and here we are, we've run out of time. So Christina, thank you so much. Thanks for the wonderful insight. Ryan, thank you for having me. This was a great session and a really great day.
Yeah, I want to say thank you both, Laurie and Christina, for hanging out with us here. You know, I don't know if you're East Coast, West Coast, where you're at in the States, in the world, maybe. But thank you for being here.
Thanks so much for
Thank you.
Thank you, Lori.
And to all of our speakers today and to our listeners, want to give a huge shout out and say thank you. And also to all of our sponsors, want to say thank you for helping us out with this particular event. We are going to be continuing our Women in Marketing events next month. So if you have any interest in checking that out, be sure to check out our Brand Innovators Livecast page. We have a ton of other live casts that are happening. I'm talking, we're doing 2-3 a week, not to mention a handful of different roundtable discussions and actually live events. I know that there was a bit of a discussion about, you know, the return to live. And if it is something you're comfortable with and you happen to be in New York City towards the end of September or for advertising week, definitely reach out to us, let us know, because we're going to have some amazing dinners outside that are going to be taking place. And we want to invite all of you to come out and join us as well. So to everybody here, again, thank you for your time. On behalf of everyone at Brand Innovators and Women in Marketing event today, I want to say